Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update filed by Judy, Byington. The U.S. has been declared a sovereign constitutional republic under common law, as per President Trump invoke of U.S. Constitution Article 2. Federal Reserve, Central Banking Cartel, and IRS have been officially dissolved. The fiat petrodollar is dead. Big banks tightening liquidity prior to their collapse. It is advised to withdraw your monies before accounts freeze. Your personal account has been mirrored into the new gold asset-backed QFS, but won't be accessible until after Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. And we have a Bible passage, as I have loved you, love one another. By this shall men know ye are my disciples, if you have love one to another. John 13:34-35. Judy note, President Trump has dissolved U.S. Inc. and reestablished America under common law. Deep state power has been revoked. The United States was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Inc. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law, rule, and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, constitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law sovereignty. Trump told Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday, March 23, 2026, or lose every power plant in the country, starting with the biggest, which would plunge 90 million souls into darkness, Mr. Poole on Telegram. But this was never about Iran. The Strait of Hormuz was the jugular vein of the old financial system. 21% of the world's oil passes through a corridor, 33 kilometers wide. Oh, look, 33, isn't that a Masonic number? 33, the number on every temple, every lodge, every oath they have ever taken. They built an empire on black gold. They funded wars, bought governments, and enslaved nations. And now one man is threatening to turn off the lights. Not on Iran, on them. The power plants are not electrical, they are financial. Every central bank, every oil cartel, every shadow institution that is fed on the blood of the Strait for decades. This is the Black Swan, March 23, 2026. Remember this date. The 48 hours expire. The Strait closes or the grid falls. Either way, the fiat system collapses. Either way, the petrodollar dies. The quantum financial system is not coming, it's already here, waiting for this exact moment. Gold, XRP, ISO 20022. The new architecture was built in silence. While the old world burned, every war, every crisis, every headline, a controlled demolition of a system that was never meant to serve you. When the lights go out in Tehran, the screens go dark in Davos. In Brussels, in every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. This is not a 48-hour ultimatum to a country. It is a 48-hour warning to a bloodline. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was already in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down one after another, according to Mr. Poole on Telegram on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days. Be prepared for quiet. Be prepared for confusion. Be prepared for incredulity. Your devices may become motionless, channels may freeze, and power grids may flicker. The truth is being prepared for release behind that silence. The world will see an uncensored broadcast that reveals what has been concealed for generations once the system stabilizes. Broadcast towers were being silenced, with media anchors disappearing in the middle of sentences and major networks going offline. The controlled blackout phase has begun for the entire world. On several continents, emergency broadcast systems were ready. Global communication is now entirely under Starlink's control. Quantum encryption filters every signal, every transmission, and every frequency. For the first time in contemporary history, the people, not the puppets, control the information flow. The QFS and military alliance were carrying out coordinated takedowns of data centers, banks, and political networks connected to the previous regime while the surface goes dark. Every operation is absolute, silent, and clean. Why the fuss? A silent shift was unfolding behind secured doors. 209 nations have aligned on a historic financial reset that reshapes global trade, currency, and control through a global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency. Epstein and the intelligence blackmail operations, elite child trafficking, psychological operations such as MKUltra, and election fraud were the most important stories and agendas that need to be fully exposed and dismantled. Military was the only way to do that. Something had to be done about the massive waste of taxpayer dollars by deep state operatives above the cabal's privately owned U.S. Inc. That has been going on since at least 1913. Something had to be done about the Democrats playing political games with the safety of the nation by not funding the Department of Defense and ICE. Airports were in chaos. 400 plus TSA officers have quit. $2.5 billion lost. Republicans passed a bill twice to pay TSA agents and fund DHS. Nearly every Democrat voted against it both times. The truth is, Democrats want us to reopen our border in exchange for funding Homeland Security, and it's not going to happen. Something had to be done about the leftist Democrats obstructing the U.S. citizens' right to fair and free elections by supporting open borders, aiding and defending illegal aliens while promoting fraudulent elections. Something also had to be done about the fiat U.S. dollar that was being rejected for trade by other nations. So President Trump did it. This coming Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, marks the largest financial restructuring in modern history. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money across the globe, with trillions coming back to citizens. Those monies have been recovered and were already fully integrated into the Nassar payout system that begins worldwide on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. EBS activation. Each citizen across the globe will receive texts or emails as notification to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide. There they would set up their personal wallet or money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Everyone would receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt, wipe status, and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nassar law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide according to H.R. 7741-119th Congress 2025-2026, Library of Congress. Public Law Number 119-1, Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act, an act to provide for the mandatory transition of the United States financial infrastructure to the quantum financial system, to authorize the issuance of bonded gold certificates, rainbow currency, to mandate the termination of legal fiat instruments and SWIFT protocols, and to establish the Nassar debt jubilee and amnesty protocols for verified sovereign notes. Statutory date, February 20th, 2026. Operational enforcement date, April 1st, 2026. Status, passed by Congress and enacted. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act of 2026. Section 2, termination of legal fiat instruments. A, systematic delisting. Effective April 1st, 2026, the Federal Reserve Note, legacy fiat, is hereby delisted as the primary settlement instrument of the United States. Liquidity terminal status. Current legacy banking systems, including the SWIFT settlement rails, are declared functionally insolvent. C. Notice of devaluation. Consistent with Global Alliance revaluation modeling, the legacy USD shall reach a terminal valuation of 0 relative to the quantum ledger. Section 3, mandatory migration to the quantum financial system, QFS. A, implementation of QFS wallets. Institutional and private bank accounts shall be formally retired on April 1st, 2026, and superseded by QFS mirrored digital wallets. B, ISO 20022 compliance. All financial transactions must adhere to ISO 20022 messaging standards. C, legal tender. The QFS Gold Bill is hereby established as the sole physical legal tender recognized for commodity, property, and tax settlement in the restored republic. The waste was massive by deep state operatives of the cabal's privately owned U.S. Inc. and has been going on since at least 1913. States were now exposing billions in fraud schemes, with funds tracked, secured, and prepared for redistribution. Gitmo overflows with operatives, bankers, elite arrests of 3.7 million deep state cabal Satan-worshipping puppets across 32 nations who have stolen monies from the people. Individual bank accounts worldwide have been mirrored into new asset-backed system. Military-grade systems and quantum-level security ensure direct transfers to citizen accounts, bypassing legacy banks and their control structures. This cuts off the flow of illegal funds used for global manipulation while restoring control back to the people. Recovered assets were also expected to reduce national debt, relieve tax burdens, and support large-scale economic rebuilding. Possible timing. As of Saturday, March 21st, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21st, 2026, the quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 through 4 settlement rails worldwide. The Global Currency Reset and Nisara Law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Global Quantum Financial System, Global Alert. As of Saturday, March 21st, 2026, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved. EBS, Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21st, 2026, the quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture has assumed primary control of all tiers 1 through 4 settlement rails worldwide. All illegitimate debt instruments, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, personal and national debts derived from fraud were now flagged for forensic audit and imminent discharge. Precious metals and tokenized historical bonds have been reconciled on the QFS master ledger. JASARA compliance treaties are now in irrevocable execution phase. Stay calm, stay at home if possible over the next 72 hours. Power, internet, and basic utilities will remain operating. Saturday, March 21st, Trump has approved QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The quantum financial system is no longer being discussed as a future concept. It is now being positioned as the only legitimate framework for the next financial era. This marks a direct strike against the collapsing fiat structure and the final breakdown of the old debt-based model. April 2026 is now being signaled as the key activation window. All pending cash out and settlement pathways are being aligned to route through the QFS grid before the final cutoff phase is complete. This is the separation point between the old system and the one replacing it. Those who complete their financial positioning in time are expected to move forward under the new structure. Those who remain tied to the old channels risk being trapped in the final phase of a failing system. At this stage, only a small percentage of cash-out cases are still reported as pending. The remaining window is narrow. Military oversight and secure system monitoring are said to be active across the transition process. ensuring that transactions are traced, verified, and protected under a higher level clearance structure. No more hidden theft, no more manipulated transfers, no more elite control over the flow of value. The old system is closing, the new one is taking its Guru Information and Intel, Sunday, March 22nd, David Nino Rodriguez and 107 unleashed Trump breaking news for March 2026. Cabal election rigging plot totally exposed as the storm hits hard. Trump Tier 4B activated. In these pivotal days of late March 2026, David Nino Rodriguez welcomed 107 for an explosive discussion exposing how President Donald J. Trump and the White Hats are systematically dismantling the deep state's frantic election manipulation schemes. The full globalist conspiracy aimed at stealing American sovereignty through coordinated fraud stands completely revealed. Panicked Democrats and rhino traders, realizing they cannot win any fair contest, have descended into outright bribery of homeless individuals across Los Angeles, Skid Row, and beyond. These desperate operatives dole out cash, cigarettes, and marijuana in exchange for fake voter registrations and petitions, directing victims to invent absurd addresses. Such blatant corruption proves the cabal's utter panic and inability to compete honestly as patriots wake up in droves. Concurrently, President Trump's bold stance on Iran serves to neutralize the dangerous terror cells and invasion plans, orchestrated by globalists who flooded the borders with military-aged men. Addressing this threat now prevents devastating activations on American soil by groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. The recent NATO betrayal, where their so-called allies turn against Trump, perfectly unmasks their role in the long-term plot to weaken and control the United States. This revelation paves the way for America to sever these draining ties, reclaim full independence. Anticipating the SAVE Act's likely defeat in Congress, the stage is set for Trump to issue a national security emergency declaration. Operating as commander-in-chief during this crisis, he gains authority to safeguard the elections directly, superseding corrupt local officials and judges who have defied prior cleanup orders. The election interference by foreign powers, including China, Venezuela, and Cuba, constitutes an act of war equivalent to a nuclear strike. Grand juries nationwide are processing evidence from this vast international operation, preparing indictments for complicit figures such as Karen Bass and Katie Hobbs. Widespread arrests followed by military tribunals for high treason will soon deliver the justice long overdue. As 107 explained, the nation faces an extinction-level threat to the Republic, but the White Hats have maintained complete operational control from the beginning. The first major arrests will soon make it undeniable. The storm is upon the deep state. The Great Awakening accelerates rapidly, while Trump guides the full restoration of the constitutional republic. Traitors are gripped with fear as the light of truth destroys their illusions. Patriots must remain steadfast. Victory is assured, and the New World Order agenda lies in ruins. The republic endures and triumphs. Saturday, March 21st, Secret Bases, DUMS, Project Odin, martial law, and Telegram. There are many of these bases worldwide, but here is a small list. Dulce in New Mexico, Brecon Beacons in Wales, Los Alamos in Mexico, Pine Gap in Australia, the Snowy Mountains in Australia, the Nyala Range in Africa, west of Kindu in Africa, next to the Libyan border in Egypt, Mount Blanc in Switzerland, Narvik in Scandinavia, Gotland Island in Sweden, and many other places. California is said to have the most DUMS in the U.S. There are at least 1,400 of these DUMS worldwide. 131 in the U.S., with 2 underground bases being built per year in the U.S. at the moment. The average depth of the bases are 4.25 miles underground, some shallower and some deeper. One male survivor of the MI6 CIA mind control Project Monarch described in the Illuminati formula by Fritz Springmeier the China Lake Naval Base at Ridgecrest in the California desert. This anonymous man says batches of children, numbering 1, 2, and 3,000, were kept in cages, piled up to the ceiling of large hangars. He says these cages are called woodpecker grids. Saturday, March 21st. Boom, U.S. debt clock exposes the Fed. How fiat war and central banking crushed real money. The gold window breakdown. Saturday, March 21st. Breaking. General Flynn calls for arrests. Obama, Brennan, Comey accused in deep state coup against Trump. Sunday, March 22nd. Birth certificate bombshell. Birth certificate equals slave contract. The QSIP code scam exposed. Sunday, March 22nd. Breaking alert. 48-hour doom clock. Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power grid if Hormuz is not opened within hours. Saturday, March 21st, former FBI director drops bombshell. 9/11 was a deep state inside job. Controlled demolitions, deliberate state stand down, and a fake war agenda to enslave America exposed. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. The veil has been ripped off once and for all. In a stunning recent confirmation that's sending shockwaves through the awakened community, a former top FBI director has finally admitted what truth seekers have screamed for decades. September 11, 2001 was no random terrorist attack from cave-dwelling foreigners. It was meticulously planned and executed from inside the U.S. government by elements of the deep state cabal desperate to lock America into endless wars, total surveillance, and the total erosion of our freedoms. This explosive revelation confirms the nightmare scenario. Controlled demolitions took down the Twin Towers and Building 7 at free fall speed. Physics doesn't lie, folks. Those buildings were wired with explosives long before the planes even took off. The so-called hijackers were allowed to train right here on U.S. soil, while intelligence agencies tracked every move but issued a blatant stand-down order. No intercepts, no warnings, no prevention. Flight 77 magically penetrated the most defended airspace on the planet to hit a freshly renovated low-occupancy section of the Pentagon with suspiciously minimal high-level casualties? Pure coincidence? Hardly. This was a manufactured crisis, a new Pearl Harbor engineered to manufacture consent for the Patriot Act nightmare. The bogus Iraq invasion, sold on fake WMD lies, and the funneling of trillions into black budget military industrial beast and intelligence slush funds. The deep state, and they sacrificed nearly 3,000 innocent American souls to get it. This ties straight into the same evil playbook we've seen repeated. The Oklahoma City bombing, false flag, demonizing patriots and militias to crush domestic dissent. The JFK and RFK assassinations eliminating leaders who dared challenge the CIA's rogue empire and push for peace. Networks run through the military, CIA, and elite politicians to blackmail and control the puppets in power. Epstein was just the tip. These satanic operations generate compromat that keeps generals, Congress critters, and spies in line while funding their black ops with unimaginable depravity. Trump warriors. This is why the deep state fears President Trump more than anything. He's dismantling the very corrupt apparatus built on these false flags. The former FBI chief's bombshell shatters the official fairy tale and demands full accountability now. The Republic hangs in the balance as we expose the betrayal that stole our sovereignty and murdered our people. The storm is here, the truth is erupting, and the Great Awakening is unstoppable. Stay vigilant, spread this far and wide. The cabal's house of cards is collapsing. And justice for 9/11 is coming faster than they can cover their tracks. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Saturday, March 21st, 2026, we're getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 21st, 2026, POTUS. We're doing extremely well in Iran. They had a navy 2 weeks ago. They have no navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. We're not going to let them have nuclear weapons, because if they had them, they'd use them. And we're not going to let that happen. Trump protocol on Telegram.
The question I have for you is ever so simple. Are you awake yet? Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, news not being reported out there. Trump has given 48 hours to Iran before they strike Iran's power plant. That connects 85 million people. Iran said if USA strikes, they will attack Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, 23 days straight. 2 men are about to switch the lights off in the Middle East.
It is, and this is all biblical. I said this would happen. I said this 4 years ago, that the final battle would be Iran takes out Israel. And what is happening with the United States, not America, the United States, is the United States are being exposed as bosom buddies, if you like, with Israel. They are warmongers. And this is all part of the exposure. Donald Trump is rebirthing America, and he's watching the United States commit suicide with Israel, hand in hand. This is a very dangerous time from a visual point of view of the pantomime. But this is how the old system, the United States of America Corporation, who are the little bitch, if you like, of Israel, who pull the strings and have done since 1945, for many, many years. And this is all part of the complete collapse of the old system, done from the inside out. Now, it takes a man with big cojones to do that, to go from the inside and dismantle it. And you are able to sit back and watch it all happen. This is all part of the plan. And it's a very, very dangerous time for those people who are participating in the movie. If you're not participating in the movie, sit down and watch it unfold. And I've told you how it's going to play out. I know how it's going to play out. Just sit back and just watch it happen.
I'm under the belief that although this is used to fulfill prophecy, that we've had to take out Iran. We had to stop them from having any kind of nuclear capabilities. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. And they already had a nuclear capability with old Soviet missiles they got way back when. Who knows if they work right, but they were encased in lead, so you couldn't find the warheads. The warheads were. And so that's already there. They're trying to build their own new ones, nuclear warheads, so that they could create World War III as per Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, where the Middle East is the beginning of World War III, and it conflagrates out between the Muslims and the Christians. And that's what they're trying very hard to fulfill, but they don't even have much leadership left. I mean, they've got first tier, second tier, third tier. I don't know how many tiers are gone. And then on top of that, you've got a situation where, they want to bring the Shah back because they don't have anybody to negotiate a peace with. They've eliminated almost all of their naval forces, the U.S. submarine force and Navy and Air Force and Space Force. And the they've lost quite a lot of their facilities, but they're striking out, trying hard because the cabal is not going to go down. We may get to a black swan event like 107 said, where we have a uh, possibly a nuclear blast, maybe over a mountain somewhere or on the ocean. It could be blue beam, a AI kind of holographic thing, and not really a real nuclear blast, uh, because the Space Force and the Air Force and our military, with the Golden Dome, can take out anything coming out, and so that could be just for show. Already, a lot of what you can see, some of the missiles doing really strange things, and buildings blowing up, and then when the blast is gone, the building's still fine.
Trump has come out and said we've blasted everything. It's the war is basically over. We've won, but they just hit a nuclear facility in Dimona, and they're also firing off missiles to Diego Garcia.
Yeah, a lot of Diego Garcia's the dumb underneath. The on surface stuff is not the big stuff. So, they fired there, they fired on United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Dubai, and that was kind of a false flag, because what you saw in Dubai were like the buildings were hardly marred or damaged. I even saw, a series of things blowing up in the sky, and it made the Big Dipper constellation in the sky. But is that accidental? I don't think so.
I think, Trump is going to just drill, baby, drill. I don't think it's a concern to him, the oil. I think he's going to bring oil refineries back here, production of oil back to America, and create jobs here in America. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. And, already made deals with Japan, because they rely heavily on oil going through the Straits of Hormuz, almost exclusively. And he just made a deal with the lady, Prime Minister of Japan, so that they would get oil from us, and that brings a lot of billions of dollars into the U.S. economy. And it also helps them because they're no longer reliant on something that a choke point like the Straits of Hormuz. It can be choked off, and then they can't get their oil because of the whim of the Houthis, or which is of course Iran-backed terrorist group, or Hamas, or Hezbollah, or any of these terrorist organizations, or countries like Iran, even Israel, if they were to choose to do so. So we're seeing, it that way it could go across the Pacific, which is a pretty huge. You can't make that a choke point. It's pretty huge. So it's upgrading a lot of things, and of course our economy and jobs and all of that is going to make a huge difference. Also, he's bringing back a lot of industry. Of course, steel mills and things are coming back, which when they were deindustrializing America, they said they couldn't bring those back in 50 years. Of course, that was 50 years ago, but he brought it back in just a year or two.
This right here, the Iranian war, has to at least show some promise or be won already?
Actually, the polls, even on CNN, they showed that the American people, at least even within the Democrat, but the Republican Party was 87% and in climbing. And the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, also was in favor overall of the policies of what Trump's doing in Iran. So it's, I think that he already has shown a lot of advances. Most of their Navy, if not all, is gone. It's the largest military since World War II Navy removal of the U.S. naval forces, because of like over 140 ships total, many huge, large ships, submarines taken out. I mean, it's like real warfare there. I mean, I can imagine it's like, when I did my 21 or so military years in U.S. submarines, we fired weapons, but they were, for war games, and they were not armed. And so actually doing that is got to be pretty incredible for the people on board the submarines. They must be totally new breed, that's for sure. And so, plus, with what the technology we have now is so significant that if they were to really bring it to force, I think they could pretty much win this very quickly. And it's just to minimize the loss of civilians is what they're doing, is doing not like World War II where you decimate everything, like we saw Dresden and all of those in Berlin, pretty much flattened by the Allies. This is a strategic, so in that case, it takes a little longer.
What's your thoughts of Bibi Netanyahu being killed? There's a lot of conspiracies floating around right now. There's been a lot of AI videos of him, proof of life. But a lot of people are not buying it. They're saying, I don't know. He looks like he could have been taken out. It looks to me like and even me, I'm watching these videos of proof of life, and Huckabee's face gets distorted. There's a missing finger again. It's not perfected, Gene. And I don't know. I don't know what to believe. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, let me explain what the level of AI they have in the militaries. So they have super AI, super intelligence, artificial super intelligence, ASI. And they have teams of people that can go through a video once it's made and spot, along with the ASI, and spot any weird abnormalities like the coffee where it's almost overflowing, it's got surface tension over the top, picks it up, turns it an angle, it doesn't spill. 6 fingers, then he's missing a finger. Then he's, the pocket closes on his hand without, he starts to put his hand in and the jacket moves over. All of those kind of anomalies, that's on purpose. They're showing that on purpose. That's comms. Because they could put out an AI video of him that would be flawless, absolutely flawless. It's letting the world know, some kind of comm, that he's off the playing board. So from my intel that I have, he was taken to Berlin. I don't know where in Germany, but in Germany, in a coma. Whether he's still alive or not, that's
wow.
Another thing. Another thing entirely.
So, where there's smoke, there's fires. What you're saying, it does look like you're telling me that you're hearing he's gone.
He's definitely off the playing board. He's no longer a piece on the board.
So I'm going to play some of this video here that where they say he has the 6 fingers. Yeah, and this to me is so, people are going to look at these videos, comb over these videos, and dissect these videos, and so you're telling me they're purposely putting this out there to see. There's the 6 fingers right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this
2 index fingers.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange. Very strange.
It's not just that it's that. Yeah, you would have to look at the coding. Yeah, if he had 2 little fingers, that would mean something different, or 2 ring fingers. But 2 index fingers, that's pointing something out. And, he's having his hand like it's a gun, and yet he has another barrel. So it's like, could be meaning double-barreled, or, pointing something out, and he's still got something else in reserve.
Interesting. Could it mean that he has a double, or wow, you're blowing my mind with this. So you're saying that this, because it was sloppy, Gene. It was very sloppy, but you're saying it was meant to be.
Yeah, they don't make mistakes like this at the level that this is at. It's like with Epstein, and people think he hung himself in that prison. That wasn't even him, because they're not going to let the world's largest asset for security be taken. When the White Hats took that island, they took him, and I'd be surprised if he's on the planet. But if he is in some place very, very, very secure, because you're talking somebody who had the ability to go into the White House and use a letterhead and, be just like he's Obama, or go into the UK and into 10 Downing Street. Same thing. In most countries on earth he could do that, except Russia. So you're looking at somebody that, had a massive power in every field. I mean, whether it's genetics or economics or trafficking or the ACROM stuff or weapons. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Elections, who gets in, he could get a premier appointed or removed. I mean, they're not going to just let that go. And the same thing goes with this. When you got somebody who's, we all know Israel for last, and now you're talking the head of Israel. So that's major. And so they would not have it where it's sloppy. It's sloppy on purpose.
Unless it's code.
Exactly. It has to be code because it's purposely being done over and over. Not just that it's sloppy, but it's being done over and over. So, like the pocket going up, that's Masonic. You know how they put their hand in their jacket? Well, the hand's going in the jacket's going in that over the hand automatically. So, it's like maybe a shroud being pulled over because it's like a shroud going over the hand, and it's the left hand, so that has meaning too. And you have to know, all these comms, what they mean. I know what they mean traditionally, but in the new term, do they mean the same thing now?
So he's missing important meetings, which if you were alive, you would just, like Candace Owens said, you would just be alive. You'd just be breathing. You'd be going to these meetings. You wouldn't have to have proof of life videos. But
exactly, which tells me at the least he's in a coma.
Okay, so that being said, Iran would have to know this. Their intel has to be on top of this, and that would have to give them a huge boost of morale.
Yep.
That could be a problem.
No, that would be massive.
And that could change the whole game, Gene.
Yeah, because what happens when you get your enemy overconfident?
Makes mistakes. Pride comes before the fall.
And they're considering that he's alive and he's in charge. So they're going to act like he's the one making. They know how the decisions are made based on his leadership. Well, what if that's no longer who's in the leader and making the decisions? Then they're operating on false pretenses. That's the art of war. You get them to be making false conclusions about how things are going to go. Additionally, on top of that, you get them overconfident and they make mistakes.
So you believe that this Iran war, will lead to the scary event, Gene?
I think it's fairly likely, considering how long it's already gone, that we have a black swan event. I figure it's at least 50-50.
So nuclear standoff type of situation?
Possibly a nuclear, at least like a blue beam nuclear weapon. It's not a real a blast that's not really nuclear, but made to look nuclear. Like you have blasts, like I was saying, where they blow up a building, and then when the smoke and dust and the fire clears, the building's still fine. You're like, what?
Right. Like David Copperfield type stuff.
Yes, exactly.
So the scary event must happen. It has to happen for humanity to make that shift, that change, that evolutionary jump. Why, Gene?
Because it's like Colonel Bossi said. You've got different, types of people: white hats, black hats, gray hats, yellow hats, and certain types. They're not going to, they look at the Epstein. Oh, did you see this stuff about the Epstein file? Oh, look what's happening with the Raiders. They don't really care until it hits them, and it scares the bejeebers out of them. They're not going to move until they have something massive to make a move.
But move where? Move how? Can you explain that?
Move to not being so lackadaisical, and where they're going to actually make a change and start being involved in their government, stop being, letting everything just go and trust the people they elected to do what they do without monitoring what they're doing and what they vote for and all of these things, and get involved in their government. It's a government of we the people, not a bunch of sheeple that are just putting people in charge and letting them run, and kind of sort of putting them in charge, not even putting them in charge anymore because the elections are fraudulent. So they have to get involved and, really, really take responsibility. That's how we got into the decision. But if you got like a good 20-30% of the population, they're not going to move unless their pocketbook goes to zero. They're like, oh my gosh, they nuked this. Oh my goodness, it's a nuclear war. Here it comes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the Temple Mount, it's collapsed or something.
Right.
All of these, or some of these things happen. Oh, they're going to rebuild the temple. Oh my gosh, they're going to rebuild the dome. Or, it's one or the other. What is it? Oh my goodness, they're all scared. They don't know what's happening. It's when they are knocked out of their comfort zone and they can't reestablish that comfort zone without doing something, changing the way they are. They're not going to move and change the way they are unless they're scared out of their mind, and financially they're hit where it matters.
Gene, I know I could talk to you about this stuff. The Schumann residence is hiring, and it seems like the frequency of the planet is picking up. To me, to be quite honest, I wake up and it's Monday. I go to sleep and it's Monday all over again. It's like a week zooms by, and time and space seems to be speeding up to me, and I'm sure that's how all my entire audience feels.
I have it even where, I've got an appointment. I got to get up for it at a certain time. Oh, I got 2 more hours to sleep. I lay down, trying to get comfortable, get ready to go to sleep. I look at the clock and it's already an hour.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get comfortable. It should be like 5 minutes here.
Right, exactly.
An hour go.
How do you explain that? Is that the resonance height?
No, that's the fact that CERN messed with time, and the timelines are messed up now. The time itself is actually, and we're coming to the CME, so time is actually flowing in different velocities at different times.
So time really is speeding up.
Yep, it is. I agree with you. Some weeks I get up and it's like, okay, Monday, and I'm going to do this and this, and I go to bed, and it seems like it's Monday again. A week has gone by, and other weeks I go, oh, it's tomorrow's must be Monday. No, tomorrow's Friday. What? How did I get slowed down 3 days?
Right. I've listened to people like Terrence McKenna, who talks about time wave zero, and the Mayan and the I Ching calendar, I think it is, and how they actually are the same thing. He combined the calendars and talks about how time and space is going to speed up and novelty will spike.
Yes.
I guess you could, once we enter time wave zero, which was after really I think he said 2012, it really spikes. And honestly, that's what it feels like to me, Gene. I feel like time and space has sped up and everything is happening. There's a quickening now. Everything's happening 20 times, 50 times, 100 times faster than ever before. And every day it's speeding up.
Yeah. Well, in 2012, that's when CERN created the Higgs boson. And that opened temporarily a door into a demonic realm where Shiva resided. That's where they wanted to bring the god Shiva to destroy the world. Because in Hindu mythology...
That's Hindu mythology, right.
Yeah. Shiva dances the Tandali with Vishnu. It destroys the world. So that was and all the billionaires had built their bunkers and were in there come that date, June 23rd, 2012. And the Golden Dome took the Higgs boson and surrounded it with a plasma field and sent it back to where it came from.
So we won that.
Yep. And then that caused an event later that year where 3 simultaneous coronal mass emissions happened that went between the sun and the earth. And so then that caused a change it surrounded those, but to do that, it caused a change in the time flow along with that event with the Higgs boson acerbated it. And then that created a shearing wave in the Earth's surface, what's called an extremely rare event, a super shearing event, which means it's the shearing event going through the Earth's crust is traveling at supersonic velocity. And it hit the dome, the Black Hats dome off the coast of Kamchatka and destroyed it. And then they thought, okay, now there's going to be a tsunami in Alaska and, down the west coast of Canada. And so they had tsunami warnings. And all that happened is, as that went in out of the Earth's crust into the ocean, a light went across the ocean at supersonic velocity through the ocean, and the ocean just raised up and then lowered back down without creating a wave moving forward. And then it hit the Alaska coastline and caused a event that destroyed one of their dumps in Alaska, the Cabal's dump. And it's the Cabal over and over getting hit. It's obviously the Golden Dome is doing it because it's steering everything. It's not going to an Alliance dome. It's not going, to the White Hats dome. It's destroying everything they're trying to do. So that event, created a series of cascading events, one thing after another, all of which changed the timeline and changed the flow of time.
So the timeline has shifted. Are we in a convergence of timelines, or that would that explain the Mandela effect, Gene?
Yes, and that time, people don't realize that time effects can move backwards, not just forwards. They can move backwards. So, like, I was at sea on an SSBN, and we come up once a day to copy a skid with floating wire, up at a certain depth where the wire can get up, it's floating on the surface without the submarine surfacing, and you get news. And they said, "Oh, Mandela's been elected to the, presidency." And I'm like, about half the crew was like, "What?" They hung him, beat him, and hung him from the bars. I go, "Yeah, I remember that. They even made a movie of it." "Oh, yeah, I saw that movie," another guy said. The other half of the crew, "Well, what are you talking about? He just got elected. There's no such movie." So you have the movies like Shazam that no longer exist, with Shaq in it. And you've got, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. And now, who's supposed to, and it doesn't say that
mirror
anymore.
On the wall, right.
Yeah. And all these things, I'm like, I like the original better because the movies were a lot better. The lines and everything. Build it and they will come. And just build it and he will come.
Is that what it says now? Build it
by himself.
Hold on. I didn't know that. If you build it, they will come. That's what it is?
Now it's build it and he will come.
No way.
Yep. And I'm like, who is this? God? Christ? He's going to play a game by himself? He pitches. He hits it. It's out of the park. He caught it out of the park.
Yeah, it's about all of them coming to are you sure they're just not messing with us? Is that if I go back and watch the movie, it'll say build it. If you build it, he will come?
Yes.
Wow.
Does that make sense? It's stupid.
It makes no sense, but if it's an alternate universe crisscrossing with I don't know.
Yeah, like Forrest Gump. Build it, not build it, sorry. Mom always told me life is like a box of chocolates. That's not what it says now. Now it says life was like a box of chocolates. Well, what is it like now? It's like,
you're kidding me, man. So this is still happening.
Mm-hmm.
The reverberations of this Mandela effect are happening in everything.
Yeah, and they went back before 2012.
Is that why they have these rituals and ceremonies, in front of CERN, and they do things like this? They know how powerful this is. They know what kind of effects it's going to have on our reality. They know they're summoning what? Demons? Gods?
Yes, those rituals bring forth demonics. They bring forth all kinds of energy and power.
So this nuclear event or scare event, the quickening of that is obviously on its way. Yes. And they're obviously going to use that to bring in the third temple, the Antichrist, aliens, which I just had a podcast with L.A. Marzulli today, and he called them interdimensional intruders. And I really liked that term, that name. How do you look at that? Obviously, this is going to be a massive deception, correct?
Right. They're going to try to do this. The thing is remember, it's got to be at the right place at the right time. If it's at the wrong place at the wrong time, or the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time, it isn't going to work. And if it's not done correctly, it isn't going to work. That's why, for example, they have you know, in the Americas, we drive on the right side, so when you go around a traffic circle, you're going counterclockwise. All the tracks, everybody runs counterclockwise. If you go to a park, I go to a park every day to walk. Everybody's walking counterclockwise. I'm walking clockwise, or right down the middle, you know, because I'm not going to do that, because it sets an energy. It doesn't matter if you know it or not. It sets an energy. When you get a massive amount of people doing that, and it sets an energy up.
That's incredible. So there's no way out of this, Gene. I mean, we can try to neutralize it as much as possible, but I guess the scary event is going to happen. Now, whether it's going to be real or fake, that's up to people's interpretations.
Yeah. I'm still 50-50 on it's going to happen. I'm not absolute, but I think it's fairly likely, at least 50-50. And if it does, I don't think it's going to be completely real. And it's not going to be at the right place at the right time in the right way.
You know, there's a lot of military officials coming out saying right now that there's drones swarming over Air Force bases here in America, Barksdale being one of them, the home of the nuclear B-52 bomber fleet.
This morning, a confidential briefing document reviewed by ABC News is disclosing that what was thought to be a single unauthorized drone flight was actually wave after wave of multiple illegal drone incursions over Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana, for nearly a week. The document called those incursions a significant threat to public safety and national security. Between March 9th and March 15th, the document said Barksdale security forces observed multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones operating over sensitive areas of the installation, which houses the Air Force's Nuclear Command and B-52 bombers. A spokesman confirmed Barksdale Air Force Base detected multiple unauthorized drones operating in our airspace during the week of March 9th. The spokesman said we are working closely with federal and local law enforcement agencies to investigate these incursions. The drones were unlike what's commercially available. They were high-tech, with a much longer range, and are resistant to jamming.
Certainly, it seemed to be more than just your average drone enthusiast who just pushed it too far. It looked like this was deliberate and intentional to see just how they would react. And seeing this probe on a base inside the United States is very troubling.
Aaron Katursky, ABC News.
You know, it does seem to me like they're encroaching on our airspace. Are these Iranian? Are they cartels? Are they both? This is obviously getting to the point now where people are going to say, this is getting a little too close for comfort, Gene.
Well, that's again for show. That's the white hats. It's false flag.
Okay, so you believe that's all show?
Yeah, you remember when they had people flying drones and they came out and picked the person up right away?
Yeah.
Yeah. They can bring that stuff down, EMP it down, particle weapon it down. It wouldn't even get close. Not even close. You're talking an Air Force base, a strategic base? Definitely it won't get close. They monitor everything from space. I mean, every square inch of the country, of the world. And so the technologies that are out there, and you talk about all the cams and everything, like the sleeper cells, they have infiltrators in all the sleeper cells. They know where they are. They know what they're planning on doing. And so none of this would even come about. Plus, most cities have millions of cameras. Just like you saw in Fire Sale with, Bruce Willis, and, they shut all the power and all that stuff down. And they're tapping into the cams and moving things and changing stoplights and all that kind of stuff, because they have all that kind of control. And it's the same thing with the January 6th bomber, the pipe bomber. I guarantee you they tracked that person, every square inch, everything they did. They know exactly who it was, where they went, what they did, because they have that level of surveillance now. And there's no way I mean, there's a few places maybe you can go where you won't have that level of surveillance. There's some dark areas in the mountains, I know, in the Rockies, where you at least won't have, you'll have satellites on you still, but you won't have, the ability to get a signal or something like that. I mean, some minor stuff will be unavailable, like what they call dark country, like in the Steven Seagal movie. So you're looking at something that's being allowed to happen, or being made, even more likely, being made to happen to get people alarmed. Because again, you got to get people out of their complacency. And that's done by not just one thing. And you do one thing, that's not going to make a difference. There's got to be one thing and another thing and another thing and another thing to where they get scared. And then something big happens and then they're, rah! But if you just have the big thing, they're going, they're just confused. But if you prep them beforehand, it's called psychological driving. You psychologically drive them, like a herd of sheep, you drive them into a certain mindset. And that's what the white hats are doing. They're driving them, while the black hats are trying to drive them in a different set of mindset. And this is all to be close to what the black hats to do, but not identical, because it's to wake them up, just like the auto pin presidency was. That wasn't really the president, but at the same time, the general masses thought he's totally that, and that's him, and he's doing this and that, and they saw how bad it is. And so if we hadn't had that, and they just, gone ahead and said Trump won and da-da-da-da-da, people would take it for granted. They would not wake up. They would not go, oh, so bad, and oh my gosh, and I lost my job, and I had this, and and then you have the warp speed, and you have these jabs and all this, and oh my gosh, and it just keeps the person reeling, like when you're in the ring and you're boxing, you keep them on the rope, you don't let him get up, you just keep hammering him.
But what about natural disasters? I mean, if time and space is speeding up and things are changing on the planet, and we are all, beings of this planet, and we are this collective consciousness, wouldn't it be logical to say that, yeah, we're going to experience some serious natural disasters as well?
Yes, because people's minds can actually create them.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
They're
that makes
mindset,
we're creating our reality.
Yeah, precisely. That's absolutely correct.
I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much, Gene, for your time.
Thank you.
Coolest thing ever. Look, all the ICE agency at the airport doing security. They got the dogs out, vest on, whole setup. Man, it's like a movie in here. I got to walk through while they're working. This is wild.
Yeah, well, NATO hasn't been on America's side for a long time. They take everything, they give nothing. It's a one-way street. And Trump's been aggressively addressing those issues. And, we're not going to have a one-way street anymore. It doesn't matter whether you're talking trade or defense or any other area. So I think Trump's been highly appropriate in addressing NATO the way we are. And then the other thing is, I don't know that I even need to say anything at this point. You said it all right off the bat. Anybody that thinks that we could just allow what's been going on to continue without pushing back with Iran and with other issues around the world, tag teaming against America, cumulatively, even Ali couldn't do the rope-a-dope all 15 rounds. He had to come out of his corner at some point in time. That's America.
That's a good analogy. Hey, I like that one.
Yeah, you gotta come out and start fighting. And we've been like Gulliver, all these little ropes and hooks, chains holding us down. Reality is, all we got to do is decide to stand up and pull all that stuff off and cut the crap. And that's exactly.
So what do you have to say so what do you think of these podcasters, man, that are coming out? Candace, so many of them coming out, Nick Fuentes coming out and just bashing Trump, saying we don't need this war. Charlie Kirk warned against it. Did they not do they not, what's the missing component? What are they missing here, Juanita? Why can't they see this? Why can't they see the forest through the trees here?
Well, I think it's a little different. Look at where they're getting their information. A lot of them have insiders, whether it be the Pentagon, the politics, and then other media information that comes out, not the kind that we were getting with O'Keefe. And by the way, let me just pause. Thank our Father in heaven for O'Keefe, for the beautiful work that he's doing. And they tried to take him out from inside his own organization that he created with his own vision, his own dream, survived all of those hits, and is still giving us this kind of amazing information to get the truth out there about the attacks that have been going on in America in so many different ways. How can you not just be, he needs like a medal of honor of some sort for doing battle in the most difficult situations, powering on the undercover. I tip my hat to O'Keefe. Beautiful.
Well, I mean, he uncovered a lot in California. I mean, obviously they're now in the spotlight, but also Texas, right?
All over the country. I mean, think of all the various issues. Every kind of, the medical, the military, the contractors. He has done unbelievable work. But here again, this is just a slice of all the ways that we're being conned and manipulated within the vote. The way that politics really works, the money flow. I mean, look, who's paying these people to go out and get these votes and scrape these votes out of the bottom of the barrel? And, continuing to try and provide some level of legitimacy. Before we're all done, by the way, Karen Bass, I believe, is going to have a very bad hair day at some point in here. She's the mayor of LA.
Oh yeah, this has got to come back to her,
totally. I mean, the frauds in the vote. Oh.
And let's talk about Arizona as well. Maricopa, Katie Hobbs. I mean, man, they're all going to be having a bad hair day, correct?
Yeah, because one thing, I've mentioned it before to your audience. We already have grand juries impaneled. They are hearing testimony right now. That it takes some time because of the global nature of the vote fraud, manipulation, the money flow. This isn't just, one little sliver off in the corner, go have the sheriff pick them up. You're talking about a worldwide operation by local people to steal the vote, not just America, but across the world. And so these grand juries, there's several now, well, more than one, have been hearing testimony on various aspects of this fraud. And they have already handed out some indictments, which have not been served yet, but the indictments can sit there until they're ready to, pounce several of the players simultaneously. It'll be snake bite for a lot of these people. Some of them know it's coming.
So let me ask you this. What about this federal judge in D.C. that issues new grand jury policy after failed indictments of Democrats? The chief federal judge for the District of Columbia has ordered that the judiciary be notified when a grand jury rejects the Trump's administration attempts to indict defendants, following the failed effort to charge 6 sitting members of Congress over a social media video. So he's on, Judge James Boasberg said the rules applies when the effort is to indict comes first as a grand jury investigation. He said it would be in place for 120 days, but could become permanent.
Yeah, because these practices have been really injustices, not justice. And even here, you see that the judge is trying to get ahead of a problem. He doesn't want to be um, you know, himself in the crosshairs. Some of the stuff that's coming is going to affect into the judiciary and to alliances and communication, which are, you know, ultimately illegal. So if you know that it's going on around you, and you know, senior judges kind of know what's going on within the rest of the group, and sometimes they allow it, sometimes they nip it in the bud because it's a reflection on them. You see the direction things are going. He's making sure the guys know, okay, and women, no, we're not going to do that here. It's gonna blow up in our faces. So, you know, this situation is maturing faster than most people see because, again, the first really major arrests haven't happened yet, and for most
Well, a lot of
everybody,
people
even
have
in this
picked up.
audience,
Well, hold on,
most of
Juan.
the people in this audience, it will not be real until they see
I agree.
the first arrest, and even the very first arrest won't quite hit it for them. They're looking for specific arrests, and those are.
But that's it. So the SAVE Act. Do we expect that to pass? I mean, and if it would it be bad if it did pass? Don't we want this to go to an executive order? Isn't Trump ready for this executive order, the national emergency and executive order? I mean, isn't that really what we're waiting for here? Not so much the Save America Act.
Well, I think it brings the issue forward where we have to have a coherent conversation, and everybody has to put their cards on the table. You know, I said in the movie The Call that I did with Jennifer, everybody's going to have to pick a lane before this is over. Bringing it to a head and forcing everybody to pick a side. You know, we have people in the military and homeland security, in the politics. They've been kind of squishy in the gray areas. Well, we like Trump. We care about what he wants to do. But when push comes to shove, they're waffling because they're getting money. They got contacts. They're, you know, supporters. You know, the lobbying money is taking them off course. And so they're being forced to pick a side, pick a lane, and either be on our side or off, but not this fence riding stuff. And so the SAVE Act is helping people to see who's really not getting it or not going to participate to save the country. And Trump has said, you know, I'm not going to sign any more bills till this bill is passed. If they do pass it, it doesn't mean that Trump can't still do a national security order, emergency regarding elections and or any other matter. But it would be helpful to have that in place. And if there's further needed to protect us on the elections, he can do that. The elections are already being frauded on the primaries. Massive fraud. Right there in Texas. Oh my gosh, Nino. The amount of fraud. See, if they pick the candidates in the primaries that go on the ballots, then you only have a choice between they're bad or worse. And so you pick the lesser of two evils, or people just say, I'm not even voting. It doesn't matter because, you know, it's all rigged. I mean, even for the Bernie supporters, remember Seth Rich was a Bernie supporter, but he was working inside the Democratic, the DNC. And when he saw the cheating going on inside the DNC, Debbie Wasserman Schultz had to step down because she got caught with all the cheating on behalf of Hillary. That was what was the final straw for him because he knew there wasn't a fair election for Bernie. Total communist. I mean, just out of this world crazy. But if you can't get an honest election even there, then, you know, what are you going to do? We've got to take these people.
So how are the Democrats going to respond to this, Juanito? I mean, let's say Trump, the SAVE Act, I don't expect it to pass, to be honest with you, but let's say Trump signs the executive order. There's going to be lawsuits galore. They're going to not want to.
Okay, let me hold on. Let's clarify something. An executive order is insufficient for what's got to happen to fix the elections. An executive order, which Trump has done several regarding elections, the 107th executive order in this administration, this term for Trump, was March 25th of 2025, signed at 1:07 in the afternoon, and it regarded cleaning the voter rolls so that we couldn't have people voting who weren't American citizens, who were felons, who aren't authorized to vote. So that was not acted on. It was an executive order. All the counties, all the states were supposed to go in and clean up their voter rolls. Nothing happened. They just thumbed their nose, gave Trump the finger, gave America the finger. They weren't going to clean anything up with their voter rolls. It was supposed to be done within 180 days. That came and went. That was back in September. So an executive order without some teeth to it is a problem. So the governor said, well, it's, the vote's about the states and the counties, and we run the vote, so Trump can't tell us what to do. It's like Tina Peters. She gets a presidential pardon, and the governor thumbs his nose at the whole country and Tina and everything else. Yeah, we're in charge, and refuses to do that. Now, and by the way, no presidential pardon has ever been overturned in court or addressed. This is the first time that's ever happened, and Tina's still sitting in jail. Her health is very, very fragile. So prayers, please. Things are happening behind the scenes, but prayers, please. But let me hold on a second. So we come back to how can this be addressed? It will have to be. You were mentioning there'll be lawsuits, judges, everything else. Listen. When the president issues a national security, declares a national security emergency, he takes control not as the chief of police, but as the commander-in-chief. And the part that everybody here, there should be nobody in this audience who doesn't get this. America was attacked by China, Venezuela, Cuba, Serbia, a bunch of NATO countries in there helping. Some of our friends that are supposed to be our friends were helping behind the scenes with their intelligence operations. We were attacked by other nation states and people outside of our country within business, etc. It's like a James Bond movie. So we're not dealing with a policing issue merely, where somebody goes out and gets arrested, gets drugged before a court, blah, blah, blah. It is stealing an election at the nation state level, one country to another, is the equivalent of dropping a nuclear bomb on another country. It is a weapon of mass destruction to steal an election, to interfere with an election. So we got nuked. And they put other people in power over America who weren't the will of the American people through subterfuge. And they paid big money to do it. They had traitorous, treasonous people at the highest levels assisting them within our government. But it was coordinated and done from outside the United States government borders, etc. We were attacked. The response by Trump ultimately will be a national security emergency. That is not an executive order. And in order to take control, he does it as commander-in-chief.
Well, could we see?
Hold on, I'm almost done. No judge can interfere with that during a national security emergency. And in fact, if a judge tries to take action to undermine the president, commander-in-chief's actions during a national emergency like that, they themselves can be thrown in jail. They can be arrested and thrown into jail for treasonous, traitorous activity during a national emergency, trying to undermine the commander-in-chief who's defending us from an external threat. And by the way, for America within the constitutional operation of America, this is an L event. This is a extinction level event. If we don't get this right, America as we grew up, believed it to be, knew it to be, ceases to exist, and we become part of the gray goo of this globalist new world order that they want to do. They just want to turn it all into gray
So
goo.
one question about this. I saw Candace Owens last night throwing Trump under the bus, saying Joe Kent has resigned. And a lot of people have questions about Joe Kent. What should we know about Joe Kent? Because to me, it sounds like he's basically a traitor, and he was once backing the Iran war at one time. You go look at his older tweets. He was all about going into Iran, and now he's like, oh, in good conscience, I can't do it. I can't back the president. What the hell is going on with Joe Kent?
Well, again, this intervening period, all the way back to the beginning of the first Trump administration, you've had people that had their own agendas. Joe Kent was playing the game all the way along at a crucial moment when everything counts. All of a sudden he comes out against Trump. Look, he was a Bernie supporter. He's been a Democrat all his life. All of a sudden he changes his story from what he had been saying to go this direction. You have people that literally are in these critical positions who are not, for lack of a better way of saying it, on our side, a conservative side, let's say, in a conservative administration. And so I don't know that traitorous or treasonous is a proper word in this context. I think that's like saying Nazi, okay? But he certainly wasn't.
But he says here, somebody, I just put the comment up. It says he was deployed over 11 times. He's no traitor, they say.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. I think, though, that he certainly wasn't actually a supporter of the agenda that Trump is pursuing. And so at some critical moment, he comes out and says what he's doing. Okay, well, look at his history, his background. Was he ever really, truly in the Trump camp, or was he a fair weather warrior, feather in his nest, and then, finally breaks? Okay, well, I don't know of any Bernie supporters that would support anything that Trump is doing. So, he just came out and we now know who he is. But this period over the last many years, every area of our government, we're getting people coming out, being exposed, having to decisively take a lane, forced into one lane or the other. We're at that dividing place. You got to pick a side. And so, and then for the president going forward, if he hasn't got people that support him in critical locations, how can he do what needs to be done? For example, go back to the Bondi thing. If Bondi was trying to do what Trump wanted her to do and get the Epstein stuff out, and then the FBI doesn't provide that documentation, those papers, that material, doesn't even provide it to Cashel or Cash, how are they supposed to do this? They're having to go in and attack within the machine people that are very deeply embedded. That. And by the way, you asked me another question earlier about these people. How can they turn on the president? Listen, if they're getting input from media, which is people that are being paid by advertisers, by money groups, even these people going out and getting the vote that O'Keefe is uncovering. Who's paying those people with their notepads, going out and talking to the people and saying that the money that they're getting paid, they're not getting $15 an hour, and they're not just getting paid for an hourly. They're also getting paid per person to come up, scrape the bottom of the barrel, get these votes. Who's paying that money? How come it's worth the kinds of money that these people are spending to win an election? because when they get their person in, just like Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, okay, what's her agenda? She is a person that traveled to Cuba many times and loved Fidel Castro, thought he was the greatest thing ever, okay? And she's mayor of LA. And was she even legally allowed to go to Cuba during that time period and support Castro? And then she becomes the mayor of LA. Are the people of LA actually that baked that they voted for a woman who's a supporter of Fidel Castro as the mayor of LA? Or are those votes cooked? And when they were cooked, someone was put into position to help make sure everything stays smooth in the takeover of California. The leverage. By the way, look again at what's going on at LA Unified School District. You have the guy who was superintendent of schools admitting he's not an American citizen. And then the questions on the credentialing. I got something going right now that we're deep into, looking at the credentials of numerous of these school superintendents, and they have none of the required credentialing, and yet they're in charge of putting onto the ballots huge bonds that become liabilities against the property of every single person that has property. And maybe you're a renter, but the guy that owns the property that you're renting from still has to pay those taxes. And California is as bad as anywhere in the country. Wait till we get to Chicago and some of these other major cities. Oh my gosh, the fraud.
Very soon there will come a moment when every screen in the world, phones, TVs, computers, display the same message simultaneously. It's the EBS activating to expose the truth. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. Don't be afraid, be ready, have food, cash, and essentials on hand. Banks may close, ATMs not working, during the next 10 to 12 days of disclosure. Judy note, 9/11, President Bush's attack on the World Trade Center, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more. On September 10, 2001, in a press conference, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion were missing from the Pentagon's coffers. A missile, not a plane, hit the Pentagon to wipe out the financial office containing records of the missing billions that McNamara divulged the day before. Years later, during McNamara's military tribunal, a recording was played of McNamara, Vice President Dick Cheney, and President Bush planning the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. It included their plans for blackmail and the insurance they would collect from damage to the buildings. The 9/11 disaster was blamed on Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, but he did not form Al-Qaeda. The CIA created a database by that name. Al-Qaeda is a CIA database of the Afghans fighting Russia and received U.S. weapons. Charlie Wilson's War, 2007. 9/11 was a Mossad operation as witnessed by all the Zionists who did not show up for work and the Jewish demolition team masquerading as students. ISIS equals Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, Mossad. September 11, 2001 was the date the Nassar Law was supposed to go into effect. The Bushes owed a huge loan in the billions to Nassara. It was due on 9/11. The loan papers were in building number 7. All records went down in the towers. The next day on September 11, 2001, a missile hit the Pentagon that wiped out Department of Defense staffers and the financial office containing records of the missing billions. 9/11 mastermind and former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was arrested on May 27, 2021, promptly flown to Diego Garcia, where he committed suicide during his military tribunal. chronology of deep state assets executed by the U.S. military. That's the link. Bush's brother ran the security company on charter of the towers, and Bush security was over both airports. Sniffer dogs' daily sweep of the buildings canceled the weekend before 9/11. A week prior, the towers were closed to rewiring for a new computer systems. That was when it was believed that the charges were set. It took months for the molten lake under the towers to cool off tanks to the military thermite they used on every beam. Thermite can melt a car engine in minutes. Any pictures of towers, it is easy to see that the fires could not have melted the beams below. The photos and videos of Tower Number 2 are easy to see that all beams are intact. The supposed plane did not sever in wall beams. No airplane struck either the north or south towers. CGI images were used in pictures of the planes supposedly hitting the towers. The Pentagon was struck by a Tomahawk cruise missile, seen circling overhead before striking the building. No plane wreckage was found, only cruise missile debris. The fourth plane was downed for flying into redistricted military airspace. No plane wreckage, seats, wheels, engines, baggage, bodies were found. Only cruise missile debris. 9/11 conspiracy theory, the Corbett Report. On the morning of September 11, 2001, 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis, in a cave fortress halfway around the world using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots, on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 hijackers, devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers, managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington a pilot who could not handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the Pentagon. In the Budget Analysis Office, where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, on September 10, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes. The pundits knew within hours, the administration knew within the day, and the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap. But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation to the greatest attack on American soil in history. The investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through torture, the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, Tech, Cybele Edmonds, OBL, and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the Pentagon, the CIA, the Bush administration. And as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. Did not bother to look at who funded the attacks, because that question is of little practical significance. Still, the 9/11 Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible. Although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were a failure of imagination, because I don't think anyone could envision flying airplanes into buildings, except the Pentagon and FEMA and NORAD and the NRO. The DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before the attacks, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data. that they used for their model of WTC-7's collapse. But that's okay, because knowing how they made their model of that collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay, because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention. And if you say otherwise, you are paranoid conspiracy theorists and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise, him, and her, and her, and her, and him. Osama bin Laden lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. And he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet, employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for 10 years, releasing video after video with complete impunity, getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he did not resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked, supposedly the best source of intelligence, about those dastardly terrorists on the planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members died in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of 9/11, brought to you by the media, which told you the hard truths about JFK and incubator babies and mobile production facilities and the rescue of Jessica Lynch. If you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit, paranoid, tinfoil, dog-abusing baby hater and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and our freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story. Anyone. Ever. This has been a public service announcement by the friends of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, SEC, MSM, White House, NIST, and the 9/11 Commission, because ignore ignorance is strength. What's really behind the Iran War, 9/11, Bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, and the Benghazi Massacre? The official story of 9/11. On September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners and then flew out one into each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave, patriotic passenger victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1st, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6, though bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn. Intel now revealed that director of the CIA, John Brennan, asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden, to set him up in Pakistan, for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On May 24, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow, heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan, where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to the CIA. Around a year later, on coincidentally September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, Soros' gun and missile running ring that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran To keep the 9/11 bin Laden SEAL Team 6 and Benghazi massacres secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting death to America for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. Worldwide Emergency Broadcast System activation. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram Friday, March 20th, 2026. Very soon there will come a moment when every screen in the world, phones, TVs, computers, display the same message simultaneously. It's the EBS activating to expose the truth. Don't be afraid. Be ready. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some will panic, that is expected, but some, like you, will not panic. Like you, they have been preparing for this moment. Every time they read a post, every time they shared the truth, when it was unpopular, every time they trusted their instincts over the narrative. When the EBS goes live, yours and their role is simple. Be calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with the first EBS broadcast. Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, Thursday, March 19th, 2026, with historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, in line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April. The gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the U.S. note of the new quantum financial system, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Thursday, March 19th, Bruce the Big Call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. March 24th or Tuesday, March 25th, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, currency and Zim holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday, March 26th. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran, war, Cuba, and Tier 4B currency and Zim holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or Zim will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends, Zim holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank. Tuesday, March 17th, total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. Trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He's targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money, used for endless wars, open borders, invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers, making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nisara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Wednesday, March 18th, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018, stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. A private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg, turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America. Welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Dems voted no. 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day, more than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million, a net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5, a 10 million barrel a day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela, 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on earth. Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China's rationing. America's exporting. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Voter fraud. Friday, March 20th, CISA and the U.S. government knew about foreign intrusion in U.S. elections before the 2020 election. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Did Chris Wray and Chris Krebs hide an Iranian election hack for 6 years? This ties into even more election interference on top of China and the CCP. According to unsealed court documents and a newly obtained FOIA CISA report, Iranian hackers successfully breached Alaska's voter registration database just days before Election Day, stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UOCAVA overseas ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure in U.S. history, end quote, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 cyber risk summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway Pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only.
Big news. I mean, I kind of see this Iran thing, no matter how it's played out, no matter what happens to the oil, working out for us because why? Drill, baby, drill. That's what I see happening. Alaska, Texas, jobs coming back, oil production coming back to the States. I think Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and he's not intimidated or worried about anything. And he's killing two birds with one stone, taking everybody's oil, and at the same time, taking out the nuclear threat of Iran, which would have been used. People don't understand this. They were going to play this card, right, Sheila? The globalists were going to play this card of nuclear Armageddon, and Iran was going to be the catapult to this, correct?
Yep.
Thank you for joining me.
That's why it wasn't us that took out those guys. It was Israel. Remember that last meeting President Trump had with Bibi right before all of this? When he had that meeting, the press were asking him, so what are you guys saying about Israel? And he goes, I've never even mentioned the word Israel in this meeting. He made it very clear. And then he looked at Bibi, he said, I've never mentioned the word, have I? And Bibi had to acknowledge they never mentioned it. They were working on this because President Trump has also said, everybody's missing it. Guys, we're going to support him. We're going to support them, but it's for them to deal with. The Middle East situation is for them to deal with. Here's the other thing that got uncovered, and I don't know, on my Twitter, I put this out yesterday. Bloomberg actually came out with a chart, and there's absolutely no oil barrels that we're looking for coming through the Strait of Hormuz. But here's what Trump did. Nobody's reading The Art of the Deal, The Art of War. You need to go look at him because this is how he does it. So he said, guys, we're going to have our Navy ships and they're going to be protecting you. When you want to get through the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to help everybody move through there. We're not going to let Iran control this, blah, 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 blah. Do you know who came to our aid to do all of this? Nobody. Not one. Not one.
But that's kind of like that's also killing another bird with one stone. I mean, exposing who NATO is, right?
Yeah. So then he said, you know what, guys, since none of you want to participate in this, I don't need any of that oil anyway, so we're backing off. So we're not going to do anything. And then China called within moments. China called and said, guys, I need your help because we're going to be out of oil. You know what I mean? Because they can't get it from Venezuela anymore because he bought their 80 million barrels. This has been so brilliant because we're revealing nothing is healed since the Spanish-American War 120 years ago. 130 years ago. Nothing has been healed based on going all the way back. I mean, so America became the world order. We've talked about this in 1871. We didn't just become a corporation in 1871. They already had centralized banks, guys, in 1791. So none of this is new. They've been controlling us and then made us the world order. And we've been funding everything and everyone hates us because we're controlling everything, but it's not us.
So do you think China takes Taiwan now? Do you think this is the opportune time for them to make a move on Taiwan?
China doesn't have a way to make a move. They're begging us for barrels of oil.
Trump is a genius, man.
I know
even if Trump blows up these oil fields, like what's happening, he doesn't care, right? Because we are going to bring it back here. Drill, baby, drill, right?
And guess what he did? People don't know this. I've been fighting this with our friend for about 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I said there's still 200 capped rigs in California. 200 capped. It's been for a few decades, guys. And they capped them and wouldn't let us do anything. And so we lost businesses. Family lost their homes. I mean, all of these guys have been in this industry forever because it's your transport It's your rig guys. It's everybody. The whole industry took that hit. 200 capped rigs. What did President just do in the last 48 hours? War Powers Act. What's happening now? Rigs are opening up even offshore in California.
So, in other
He
words,
has the power to do that. Newsom can't stop it. It's not a state issue when it's a Wars Power Act. So the Gettys, but capping all of our oil rigs, it's over. That game's over too. So we're going to be fine. We got 8 million barrels coming from the Venezuela to help their prosperity and their lives. And then we got this going on. But here's the backbone nobody's really looking at. England has revealed who England is.
Explain.
We thought they were really great because, oh my gosh, they got this big British Commonwealth and all the crown and all this kind of stuff. Nobody has realized that's what he's breaking the back of is actually England, because England is a financier behind all of this. And so now we've got even France calling us wanting to do something about oil. We've got, you know what I mean? Because I don't know if you can
financing everybody, correct?
The chart on Twitter, it's Asia and Europe. We've been making it all happen for everybody. And the countries and regions that, of the world who rely on the Strait of Hormuz, we're not on there. We're not even on there.
Wow.
We don't even need it. Do you see what I mean?
Trump has. I mean, this should make every country want to go against this. They can't do it, can they?
No.
He knows.
You know what's really crazy? People are going to find out how many of these countries also committed war crimes against us in 2020 that's not over yet.
Yep,
Do you see what I mean? All of this is related. So anyway, he offered to have ships around him and make all this happen. And you see the Strait of Hormuz symbol is on the inside. That's exactly what it looks like. There's nothing about it that's straight. And so Trump has been talking about, he's been saying there's nothing about this that's straight. You guys, if I'm going to get in there now and get this taken care of, it's going to be the Strait of America, just like the Gulf of America.
That's insane. I am just blown away at this guy. I mean,
I know.
Temporary martial law, while global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. Over 500,000 satanic network members in custody worldwide. Raids hit Rome, Brussels, London, D.C. Expect 3 days of lockdown, 10 to 12 days of blackout, bank closures, ATMs not working. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy note, what's really behind the Iran war? 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 and the Benghazi massacre. The official story of 9/11 on September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners and then flew one into each of the twin towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense, in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave, patriotic passenger victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1st, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6. Though bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn. Intel now revealed that Director of the CIA, John Brennan, asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden, to set him up in Pakistan for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then, Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On Monday, May 24th, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs, with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to, you guessed it, the CIA. Around a year later, on coincidentally September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama, Biden, Clinton that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran to keep the 9/11 Bin Laden SEAL Team 6 and Benghazi massacre secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting death to America for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. That was only one of Trump's multiple accomplishments, and there's a lot more to come, though he was not alone. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and his son JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. Along with President Trump, the Kennedys headed the Q movement to ensure the greatest financial shift in world history took place with a 209-nation global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency that took back taxpayer monies controlled by the bad guys since the beginning of the global financial system. The GCR ensured the people's monies went back to and for the good of the people. Bye-bye fiat dollar, bye-bye corrupt global banking cartel. Even more important, the Q movement was restoring America back to the original concepts of the Constitution via the U.S. Constitutional Republic, appointing Trump as Commander-in-Chief, JFK Jr. as his VP. That goal came to fruition on Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, as the cabal crumbled, when over 500,000 Satan worshippers were under arrest by Trump's global military alliance. Many had already undergone military tribunals, sentencing, and hung as traitors to the Republic. As of Thursday, March 19, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were in custody worldwide. Raids had hit Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. Wednesday, March 18th evening, according to the Emergency Broadcast System platform on Telegram. Those incarcerations and military tribunals ensured the Thursday, March 19, 2026 release of Nasara Jassara law payouts and debt forgiveness around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS was said to have begun that would be followed by 10 to 12 days of darkness, where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The new Starlink satellite system would soon carry through RV, radio, and internet across the globe. Truth documentaries on World Economic Forum crimes, illegal biolabs, election fraud, child rescue operations, and elite tribunals. It was advised to stay home, stay calm, and stay in prayer. Quantum Financial System Global Currency Reset. Thursday, March 19, 2026, with the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April, the gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the new U.S. note of the new quantum financial system, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April the 1st, 2026. Thursday, March 19th, Bruce the Big Call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday, March 24th or Tuesday, March 25th, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B currency and Zim holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday, March 26th. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran war, Cuba, and Tier 4B currency and Zim holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or Zim will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends, Zim holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your Quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a Quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank. Thursday, March 19, 2026. The QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery, control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system compromises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere pieces of papers, which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing, freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win, God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Guru Information and Intel, Thursday, March 19th. Medea Greer, a retired police commissioner, handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns, when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family is crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title, while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies, splitting fines and corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded till the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast, and it will end their dark control forever. Fake news operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now, and ritual abuse on a scale that will make you sick. Michael Jackson built Neverland as a safe haven to protect kids from these monsters, and they destroyed him for it. Light is flooding every dark corner. The Great Awakening surges stronger than ever. QAnon's the White Hats already secured victory years ago. The storm rages, but we triumph. Gold-backed systems will smash the banker enslavement once and for all. Everything turns out more than all right. God and the Patriots win. The cabal is finished. Worldwide temporary martial law would secure the people during the coming global lockdown. For those mass arrests, patriots were urged to stock food, cash, and essentials for 10 to 12 days as the EBS prepared to broadcast undeniable truth about what was going on with those Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. That exposure included Cuba's grid collapse and the British monarchy fall, along with the Hollywood and Rothschild strongholds. Victory nears. Thursday, March 19th, Israel has been named as responsible for the bombing of the largest LNG plant in the world in Qatar. It was estimated that 50% of the world will go without fuel. Thursday, March 19th, major travel crisis. 100,000 plus Homeland Security workers were not getting paid. Over 300 TSA workers have quit their jobs to work where they can be paid and support their families. Americans were stuck in hours-long security lines at airports, all because Democrats have refused to fund national security workers. Thursday, March 19, 2026, insane. The government contract awarded to clean up the fire debris after the Lahaina Maui fires went to a company that was paid more than the cost to rebuild each home. Almost $1.5 million per lot just to clean up. It's the same company doing the LA fire cleanup. Oh, that's not a coincidence. What are the odds? This one is going to blow your mind. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers paid $396 million to ECC, the same company who's doing the LA fire cleanup, to clear 268 lots. That's almost $1.5 million per lot. Thursday, March 19th, insane. American taxpayers paid $50 billion for the Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money laundered to NGOs. So we paid for that. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America in case a clear Trump win was coming. It was all planned and paid for. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, March 19th, breaking alert. Children of Iran's regime leaders are teaching and studying in America's elite U.S. universities, while their parents call for death to America. Ain't a problem. Thursday, March 19th, bombshell announcement. Pete Hegseth tears into anti-American media in powerful war speech. You, the Patriots, are my audience today. Thursday, March 19th, bombshell strategy. Scott Bessent announces U.S. to unleash Iran's own oil against them. 140 million barrels turned into a weapon. Thursday, March 19th, breaking. UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Japan fall in line. Back Trump to crush Iran's Strait blockade. From silence to action, AMG News. Thursday, March 19th, breaking intel drop. Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden. The whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom. And Thursday, March 19th, nuclear bombshell. Since 1871, we were born as corporate slaves, otherwise known as chattel. The Great Awakening exposes the system and reclaims human sovereignty. Voter fraud, Thursday, March 19, 2026. Democrats will do anything to block national voter ID laws, including the Save America Act. 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, spending $400,000 to purchase 8,000 votes across several elections. Barack Obama qualified for the primary with 534 signatures. The prosecutor discovered 3 years later that 100 to 200 of those signatures were forged. Barack Obama was never qualified for the primary in Indiana, meaning Barack Obama was not president. He is not president, much less a former president. Alex Jones on Telegram. Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and son, JFK Jr., alive and running the Q movement. Rolling EBS blackout in effect. Nisara Jasara debt-free payouts. Live worldwide. Prepare for 3-day lockdown. 10 to 12 days of communication darkness. While Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests of pedophile, traitor, deep state global elites. Judy note, President John F. Kennedy Sr. and John F. Kennedy Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. At least that's what Carolyn Bessette Kennedy claimed. Miss Kennedy ought to know she was reported to have gone down with her husband and sister in that plane crash so many years ago, but evidently not. JFK Sr. was alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram, Wednesday, March 18, 2026. What Bessette didn't say, and most Anons were aware of, was that her husband and father-in-law, along with the President Donald Trump, were heading the greatest financial shift in world history, plus restoring the U.S. constitutional republic with Trump as commander-in-chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That fight was coming to a climax. Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, was the night the cabal crumbled and Nisara Jasar payouts and debt forgiveness went live around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS began at midnight Wednesday, along with 10 to 12 days of darkness, where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The 10 to 12 days of blackout was accompanied by bank closures, ATMs not working in temporary martial law, while the global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. The first EBS broadcast will be the raids, live, uncensored footage of the main characters of the global child trafficking ring being dragged into the light. The green light on the Empire State Building Wednesday night was a transmission, a warning to some, confirmation to others. The sky above New York was pulsing, a frequency shift you can feel in your bones. For the next 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, financial system that enslaved you, all of it unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. The above about the Kennedys being alive and running the Q movement should not be all that surprising. So much truth has been kept from the public in this war of good against evil. Tuesday, March 17th, Bruce, the big call. Bank of America and Chase banks were finally connected to the QFS at 4 a.m. Monday morning, March 16th, 2026. 93 banks in Europe were not connected to the QFS and would likely never be. A Wells Fargo paymaster predicted we would be notified Wednesday, March 18th or Thursday, March 19th. A military contact said we would be notified before Friday, March 20th. Bondholders have been told they would have usable funds on Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday, March 18th, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018, stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Wednesday, March 18th, boom, RV military op. The new financial system, step out of the matrix and into the golden age. Dinar, Dong, and Zim, GCR, the alliance. The White Hats military, Trump Tier 4B, activated on Telegram. Boom, the White Hats are leading the charge in the global currency reset with a military operation to bring down the corrupt financial system. Get ready for the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. This is being described as the moment to break free from the old system and step into a new era of prosperity, freedom, and wealth redistribution. The global revolution has begun. Prepare for the greatest shift in human history. The financial reset many have been talking about is presented as a complete transformation of the system. The golden age is said to be on the horizon, where humanity reclaims control over its economic future. The Great Awakening, humanity is waking up to the truth. The old financial structure built on debt and control is being challenged. Many believe the world is entering a period where people recognize their own power and the system begins to change. The global currency reset, a complete overhaul of the financial system. Supporters say the shift moves from fiat currencies controlled by central banks to a system backed by real assets, such as gold and silver connected to the quantum financial system. The quantum financial system, QFS, the future of money is digital, described as decentralized and secure. The QFS uses advanced ledger technology to create transparent and fast global transactions, with networks like Stellar playing a role in global financial connectivity. The key players, Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim, these currencies are said to be at the center of the revaluation event, potentially triggering large-scale wealth realignment and supporting global humanitarian projects. The revolution has begun and many believe there is no stopping it. The old world is changing and a new era of economic freedom and global cooperation is being discussed. As the future stands strong, stay aware and watch as history continues to unfold. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The Iranian regime just collapsed. Now Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is dead. White Hat Special Forces struck his bunker at 3:33 EET. He was executed on the spot. Iran has surrendered. The Islamic Republic is finished. Wednesday, March 18th, Operation Epic Fury. Hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
Decisively.
Wednesday, March 28th, 107. Trump breaking news, 3/18/26. All hell is breaking loose in 48 hours. 107 on Telegram. 107 has issued a critical update revealing that President Trump is in no position to bow to the crazy demands coming from the Iranian regime. The mullahs are pushing for full American withdrawal from the Middle East along with enormous payoffs and other insane concessions. According to the latest intelligence, all hell is breaking loose in the next 48 hours. These regime leaders are operating in a suicidal frenzy. They're pushing the world to the absolute edge, apparently hoping for some messianic arrival or even alien intervention to save them from what is coming. This fits perfectly with their apocalyptic religion that requires bringing the planet to total destruction before their savior appears. The Iranian people have suffered tremendously under this cult. Iran holds deep biblical significance as the land of Esther and the burial place of the prophet Daniel. Right now it has the fastest growing Christian population anywhere on earth. After the regime's savage crackdowns during the uprisings several years back, which killed between 60,000 and 70,000 innocent souls, especially targeting women with unbelievable brutality, a powerful underground resistance formed. This resistance has sent a clear and terrifying message to police and military officials. They know where the families of the oppressors live and will not hesitate to strike back. The fight has intensified once again as the people see their moment of opportunity under President Trump. Trump has repeatedly stated that this is the time for the Iranian citizen to rise up and remove these dictators who do not speak for them. The regime has sponsored global terrorism since the fall of the Shah. In the Congo alone, over 20 million Christians were slaughtered with Iranian support alongside other militant groups. Similar terror networks run through South America via Venezuela. Neutralizing Iran is essential for any real world peace. The mullahs continue issuing nuclear and biological weapons threats Trump and the White Hats are taking them deadly serious. Precision strikes are currently destroying key facilities while minimizing civilian harm. Chinese deep state assets and infrastructure that allowed control over Iranian ports and oil are being systematically eliminated. This surgical approach ensures that when reconstruction begins, the Iranian people will rebuild on their own terms without cabal influence. Trump will structure the recovery so Iran repays every cent, keeping the burden off American taxpayers while securing lasting freedom. Meanwhile, the globalist forces are desperately attacking the patriot community. Soros money and foreign interests are funding efforts to divide and demoralize MAGA supporters through various influencers. Yet the White Hats have already achieved massive victories by sending dangerous gang leaders like Trendo Ragua directly to Gitmo and disrupting terror cells across the country. The original installation of the Khomeini regime was a deep state operation, engineered during his time in French exile. That long-term chaos plan is now collapsing. A massive Christian awakening combined with military precision is bringing biblical justice to the region. Patriots, the storm is upon us, and Trump is executing the final phase. The deep state is in total panic as their Iranian stronghold crumbles. Stay strong, trust the plan, and prepare for the greatest awakening in history. Victory is closer than ever.
We're seeing Iran at the moment respond to the attacks that are coming in from Israel, backed up by America. And this is all part of the exposure. But why is it happening? I'll tell you why. I don't want you looking at the Epstein files. I know there's 6 million pages out there, but you're being distracted away from it because what's in the Epstein files will blow your mind. Because it's not just about children, child trafficking, human trafficking. It's about election rigging, fraud, the corruption of politicians, etc., etc., etc. There is so much information there. You'll need AI to even start to go through it. But don't be distracted. This war is all about distracting you away from the truth.
Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 107 High Alert. Shares never before heard. Trump and U.S. military intel, Medea Greer. Hello there, beautiful souls. It's me, Medea Greer, and if we haven't crossed paths before, let me assure you it's no coincidence that you've landed here today. I've spent every sunrise and sunset of my life on a tireless quest, seeking out the radiant essence of truth in this vast, dazzling universe of ours. In a powerful gathering on March 18, 2026, 107 shared explosive, never-before-heard intel on President Trump and U.S. military operations with patriots immersed in spiritual warfare. These revelations confirm the White Hats have the plan under full control, and the deep state is collapsing rapidly. Juan explained how President Trump must work within the system using congressionally approved advisors while cleverly challenging corrupt elements like Fauci. Health policy moves were 4D chess strategies to expose frauds and protect the public, while military operations positioned as truths emerge daily. Military actions in Iran target deep state and Chinese infrastructure, freeing the country as Christianity grows at unprecedented rates. Parallel efforts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Mexico stop fentanyl flows, and child exploitation rings threatening American families. Massive school bond crisis will hit banks harder than 2008, paving the way for the reset. Trump is set to abolish the IRS and taxes on Social Security. Silver will rocket above $300 an ounce soon, rewarding those patriots who prepare. Juan emphasized keeping the body in top condition through natural methods that recently transformed his health, essential for the battles. May 17, 2026 sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4th. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. The 2020 fight climaxes now. No weapon prospers. Patriots, the storm is upon us. Deep state falls, awakening surges. Hold the line. Best is yet to come.
I was going slow on this. I've been on this for years, but even over the last year and a half or so, while we got our ducks in a row, it's a bit complex, but it boils down to this. In the U.S., 85% of the bond fraud that's going on in the U.S. Involving bonds, it's all tied to schools, school districts. And that bond fraud is so extensive that at a bare ass minimum, you'll lose 600 banks. One of the fixes that occurred within the 2008 repair process was they started doing stress tests on the banks. And they required that the banks now have to hold 60% of their cash in bonds, government issued bonds, where they're securitized. The government's going to make sure they get paid. Well, what's the biggest bond market that the U.S. has? It's related to schools, public schools. And so they're required to hold these. The problem is they've been rolling these bonds over where they don't have to pay principal or interest in many cases. And they're just a balloon payment at the end. And many of these have been going on now for a couple of decades. And the problem is that the number that's owed now just in interest is so great that there's not enough money in many of the counties across the country. If you took all the money from all the people in the county, they couldn't service the interest on these bonds that are owed. So you have reached a point literally of no return. It's only a matter of time now before this whole thing blows apart in an unbelievable way. In the case of bonds were considered little old ladies, children, somebody that, they're not sophisticated. They can't look at this day to day, and they got to have the money. Retirement 401ks and like that. And so you'd have this, bond investments, small return, low risk. Because it's low risk, the banks were required after 2008 as part of the protection to carry 60% of their cash deposits in bonds. The problem is the bonds aren't worth the paper they're printed on. In fact, if you liquidated everything out just as it sits right now, real value, cashable value of the bonds is somewhere down around 13 to 15%. And that's the cash value. There's not enough, unlike, say, a water district where they're selling the water as a utility, electrical district where they're generating, payments from customers like that. The schools, what generates the payments to service those bonds is taxes on the property. And at the core of the problem, you have districts all over the country where they have artificially continued to hike the values of the houses, the reported values, therefore the taxable value artificially. And it doesn't fit the guidelines. It's a little wonky here, but think about what I'm saying for a second. If you have certain employers in a neighborhood, let's say it's Amazon and the golf shop and a car dealer and some restaurants and some law firms, you take the median income of the people that live in that area and you look at what they can support as far as taxes for property taxes. Even if you're a renter, the guy that owns the building that you're renting from, his rents are based on what people can afford to pay. Right. And then the value of the building's based on that. So what they've been doing is this game where they keep upping the property values for assessment purposes. And everybody's kind of been going along with, but now the assessments are going up and up and up, and they're not tied to real revenue in the areas. And so your property taxes are becoming unwieldy, more than you can afford to pay. For example, in Colorado, property taxes in the last year went up on an average of 40%.
Wow.
Now think about that. How many years can you do that? And they're saying they have to up it again next year and the year after. So what's happening? And it's tied precisely, directly, specifically to public schools.
Yep.
So with that in mind, there is a limit. People still have to eat. They still have other taxes they have to pay. They still have to be able to function. If you're retired, living off a fixed income, which is tied to the bonds in your 401k or whatever, you might be toast. And if you have money in the bank and the bank goes bankrupt, even your deposits in the bank, while the FDI insures stuff, if all the banks fail at those kind of numbers simultaneously, they have to print all this money to cover it. What happens to the value of everybody else's dollars when you print a lot of new dollars? It dilutes the value of the other dollars. So now you have a value crisis. When I say that metals are critical for everybody here at this moment in time, it's because you're really looking at some variation of the Weimar Republic in Germany. Talking to Oil Brett about this just the other day. You have an existential crisis. It's an event. It's an extinction level event within the monetary community that we're right on the brink of. It won't wait till 2031 or 32. Just 2 days ago, 33 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds were purchased by the Treasury because on the open market, there was no buyers for those bonds at the numbers that we wanted to keep the interest rate at. So we bought them back ourselves. That can't happen very many times. There's a crisis looming that is beyond most people's even vision to, visualize what this could look like within the way that our government, our society functions. And at the core is the school bonds. And now you see the end of it, and it's for the children. America has been bankrupted, and you're about to have a existential life and death experience for America in a way that it defies almost explanation.
Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Explosive intel confirms JFK Sr. alive, thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Trump stands as commander-in-chief of the restored republic with JFK Jr. poised to step forward as vice president. The greatest reveal patriots have awaited. We're in divine hands. God wins. The global currency reset ignites now, launching the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. Trump seized control from the cabal's Federal Reserve stranglehold, restoring sovereign treasury power. Income tax abolished forever, replaced by fair tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods only. Deep state puppets scream as their fiat empire crumbles. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure the transition. Global military alliance under Trump activates final phase. Mass arrests of cabal elites, pedophile networks exposed and dismantled, traitors in chains. No escape. The storm is here. Emergency broadcast system via Starlink prepares to flood screens with undeniable truth. 10 days of darkness imminent. Power grids temporarily down for secure Nassar-Jassar rollout. Stock essentials, food, water, cash, generators. Banks go dark as old system dies. QFS takes over seamlessly. Jassara activates humanitarian relief on massive scale. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages delivered. Suppressed technologies released. Zim redemptions begin for humanitarian projects, followed by currency exchanges at sky-high rates. Free energy, clean water, advanced healing for all patriots. First, Trump and JFK Jr. lead the charge. Kennedy curse broken, family reunited in victory. The Republic rises, Constitution restored, freedom reborn. The end of tyranny is now. Patriots hold the line. The greatest awakening in history unfolds. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know is of Thursday, March 19th, 2026. I'm not an a-hole. I actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your BS. Wednesday, March 18th, Senator Kennedy on spending cuts. Democrats left in silence as Kennedy brutally destroyed them on President Trump's spending cuts. Wednesday, March 18th, the Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. Total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA, from Hurricane Katrina, gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated. These shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them, and a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars. The Schiff on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking Trump springs the NATO trap. We don't need them to crush Iran. Wednesday, March 18th, Intel confirmed Iranian terror masterminds strike out. Minister Esmail Khatib killed in overnight military strike. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking alert. Every American needs to watch this Tucker Carlson video. Iran war warning, AMG News. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Trump's Energy Act kicks in. U.S. sells Alaska oil and gas leases for the first time since 2019. March 18th, 2026. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Gitmo Thunder strikes. Meet Darcy Crandall, the deep state's worst nightmare. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking special report. House passes bill requiring automatic deportation for illegals who commit welfare fraud. 186. Wednesday, March 18th, delayed at the airport. Thank a Democrat. Democrats have voted repeatedly to protect criminal illegal aliens and prevent our own American TSA agents from getting paychecks. Democrats have chosen to make the American people suffer just so illegal aliens can stay in our country. More than 300 TSA agents have quit their job. They weren't getting paid and had to provide for their family. The MAGA Wire on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The real King Charles III was executed on February 10, 2023. Israel is last. Wednesday, March 18th. Israel has shut down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre indefinitely for the first time in the history of Christianity. Wednesday, March 18th, the Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. JFK secrets on Telegram. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister, elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, canceled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath in the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, being one of the wealthiest and most opposed. Wednesday, March 18th, on July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is solely because they don't want you digging about. The Great Reset is here. The U.S. no longer the cabal's debt machine. Soon temporary martial law across every nation. Secure food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown, while Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests worldwide. Time to obliterate the deep state. Do it, Q. Pray for the children. Where we go one, we go all. Pray for the troops and their families. God bless their commitment to peace and ensuring liberty for us all. Judy note, military intelligence has confirmed that when they raided the Clinton estate last week, they found a 7-mile high-speed rail dumb tunnel system built during the Clintons' White House years that directly connected to the White House and Oval Office. Live cams showed children's cases. Judy note, most of the links in my articles have been removed from the internet. I leave them in to let the reader know they once existed. Other news of Wednesday, March 18, 2026. On top of his gigantic, President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing on March 16, 2026, an executive order for a task force to eliminate fraud. He was targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. It was for these and many other reasons related to American security that at some time on Wednesday, March 18th, an announcement over the military emergency broadcast system was scheduled to hit cell phones worldwide. President Trump intended to expose Nassar Jassar laws, freeing peoples of the world from debt by returning stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. By that time, the EBS, which already has taken over all mainstream media, TV, radio, and internet worldwide, would proclaim that within the next 5 hours everyone needed to be home for a worldwide lockdown that would perhaps last 10 to 12 days. For the first 72 hours of those 10 to 12 days, 10 countries will broadcast 24/7 in 22 different languages. 8-hour documentaries that disclose what Trump's global military alliance has been doing to free the world from clutches of the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state global elite, and thus wake up the masses. The Trump alliance is already activated. POTUS was heading to Israel undercover to take command of the Temple Mount and reclaim it for God's true warriors. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been confirmed dead. On Monday evening, March 16, 2026, Netanyahu was erased in a silent operation with no body, no trace, just divine vanishing. Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform on Telegram. U.S. martial law has exploded into full force. Tanks were rolling on D.C. streets. Deep state hideouts have been vaporized by tactical strikes. On Tuesday, March 17th, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed, putting the country in a blackout for the first time since the U.S. blocked oil to the country. More of the global military alliance secret victories. The British monarchy has fallen. The Black Lordship of Rome has fallen. Hollywood is down. The Vatican has fallen. Dark Rothschild family members have fallen. Cabal bases are destroyed worldwide. Abused children were being saved all over the world. Orion 5 with 50 federal countries relentlessly hits the drug trade. Slaves in underground tunnels are freed all over the world. Money laundering will be prevented. Liberation of cabal countries like Serbia lately is a fact. In many countries, hundreds of pedophiles are arrested every day. Empire, powerful names are being collapsed. Humanity recognizes politicians who suppress the masses worldwide. Starlink to take over worldwide communications, TV, radio, internet for 10 to 12 days during military mass arrests. Tuesday, March 17th, Patriots, the moment many were warned about us is no longer ahead of us. It has begun. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Reports from multiple high-level channels indicate the final phase is now underway. Military White Hat operations, together with Space Force infrastructure, are taking control of the global communications network. The Starlink constellation is positioned and ready to deliver the information release. Legacy satellite systems tied to mainstream media are expected to go dark. Traditional broadcast towers are being phased out of the grid. The window for the 10 days of darkness is starting to open. This is operational. Localized power disruptions, temporary internet outages, and cell signal interruptions may occur as part of a coordinated shutdown designed to maintain civilian safety while major operations unfold. QFS synchronization at the highest levels is reportedly complete. Asset-backed financial frameworks are activating step by step. The old fiat system is reaching its final stage. Justice operations that began years ago are now moving fast. Individuals long suspected of corruption are said to be facing accountability. Detention facilities are fully operational. Military tribunals are accelerating behind closed doors. Faith remains central. Many believe this moment represents a historic turning point. Darkness cannot stand forever. Truth eventually rises. Prepare your household. Have water, food, candles, batteries, essential supplies ready in case of temporary disruptions. During outages, limit normal phone usage and rely on backup communications if available. For many, the Great Awakening was no longer an idea, but a moment unfolding in real time. Where we go one, we go all. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 17th. Fox News, White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Ballistic missile attacks from Iran right now are down 90%. Their drone capabilities are down 95%. We've sunk more than 65 of their naval ships. We've hit more than 6,000 targets. We are totally eradicating this threat. And Tuesday, March 17th, 2020, breaking Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden have been exposed for putting the entire world at risk due to propping up Iran. Kayleigh McEnany. A $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran. $400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion, with a B. Day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State Antony Blinken ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer. Fast forward to 2023, the Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. In the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, all roads lead to Obama. And yesterday I noticed on the USGS earthquake map that there was an earthquake in Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, and it was 10 kilometers down, which tells me it was a dumb tunnel. So they're still doing stuff underground. Israel is last. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. The Prime Minister of Qatar told Tucker Carlson that Qatar's ties with Hamas began years ago at the request of the U.S. government. He says all the money flowing into Gaza is routed through Israel and Mossad. Tuesday, March 17th, Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center due to the pressure of the Israeli government on the United States to start war with Iran. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Tuesday, March 17th. Total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. Trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He's targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and swift control forever as part of the long prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money, used for endless wars, open borders, invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers, making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nisara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Tuesday, March 17th, the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. Federal Reserve turned America into a debt machine for the banking elite. Trump and the QFS are crushing it in 2026. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The Federal Reserve is the greatest scam in American history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 from secret Jekyll Island meetings by Rockefeller, Morgan, and Warburg bankers, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. And it's unconstitutional, too, because only the government is allowed to print our money, not a foreign private banking syndicate. As of March 2026, this Ponzi scheme demands ever more debt to pay previous loans, enslaving generations. The Fed creates money from keystrokes, lends to government at interest paid by taxpayers through IRS enforcement. Inflation, a hidden tax, skyrockets costs of food and homes, eroding savings while Wall Street insiders profit hugely. They rig rates, cause market crashes, and bail out big banks with trillions. This funds global wars and conflicts, benefiting arms dealers and deep state players at the cost of American lives. The petrodollar forces oil in dollars, triggering interventions against challengers like past Middle East actions. But Donald Trump is dismantling this deep state tool. His policies challenge Fed power, and behind scenes, white hats roll out the quantum financial system with quantum tech for secure, asset-backed money immune to fraud. Nasara advances with debt forgiveness, IRS abolition, and constitutional restoration. Millions will see their fraudulent debts forgiven, the IRS dismantled forever, replaced by a simple fair tax, empowering every citizen, and restoring power to the states as intended by the Constitution. Patriots know the elites panic as bricks and gold systems threaten dollar hegemony. Tribunals await traitors, and a golden age of prosperity awaits as the debt slavery ends. The Great Awakening is here, with Trump leading to true freedom. The banking elite's empire falls as QAnon stands strong, and the plan to liberate America succeeds spectacularly. This marks the end of centuries of control and America's true renaissance under patriotic leadership. Tuesday, March 17th, breaking. White Hats rally. The storm ignites as Trump leads the charge against deep state shadows. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The gathering pulses with unyielding resolve. Ricardo Bossi, Michael Jaco, John Michael Chambers, and Derek Johnson converge, unleashing truths that shatter illusions. Q's vigilant warriors stand firm, eyes piercing through scripted deceptions, connecting ancient patterns to today's headlines. Like Revelation's prophecies unfolding, these digital soldiers, fluent in crypto ledgers and election anomalies, hold the line with Isaiah's fire, arming veterans and awakening minds. Trump's bold warnings echo. Assassins lurk, but the White Hats expand the battlefield, flipping the Overton window wide. Tariffs crush foreign thieves, exposing Supreme Court corruption tied to Clinton shadows and foreign bribes. By April 2026, investigations will dismantle judicial overreach, reclaiming sovereignty as Trump doubles down. Tariffs soaring to 50% on cheaters. The deep state's narrow debates crumble under this onslaught. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount. Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back layers to child trafficking horrors. Files drip, fueling outrage, but White Hats monitor, breaking moral chains. Humanity's numb souls awaken to the scale. Adrenalized blood trades, McDonald's secrets, evil tires, momentum surges on our side. Tribunals churn at Gitmo. Sentences executed in shadows ready for revelation. By summer 2026, Iran simmers as strategic strikes expose Obama's failed deals. Uranium lies at 80%. No world war, just precision dismantling diplomacy's facade. Tying to assassination plots, Trump's exile claims bait for puppets. Aliens loom, files released by mid-2026, ET, DNA manipulations, ancient tech jumps, Gilgamesh truths, Sky People in Bibles, Eisenhower's Greada Treaty exposed, portals glimpsed, underground bases like Area 51 pulse with secrets, humanity's origins rewrite, freeing us from lies, elections secure by November 2026, voter ID, no mail-ins except essentials, SAVE Act enforces despite Senate, military government overrides, sanitizing roles under Executive Order 13848, cyber teams guard, exposing 2024 frauds, swing states reclaim, deep state capitulates, Trump's Supreme Commander declares, occupied no more, Great Liberation dawns January 20th, 2027. Puppets flee as sovereignty restores. Patriots, the veil rips. Evil's ugly run ends. We've endured, refined in fire. Momentum's ours. Collective consciousness unbreakable. White hats unite. Storm raging. Light victorious. Hold fast. Dawn breaks. Empires fall. Q's plan unbreakable. The best surges. Medbeds, Tesla patents. Wealth repatriated. God wins. Humanity rises eternal. Where we go one, we go all. Voter fraud, Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Dominion voting machines were allegedly found by election experts to be programmed in some counties to give Biden 113% per vote and Trump only 87% per vote. This caused some vote totals to have decimals in their totals, altering the 2020 election outcome by weighing the vote tout totals per one vote, where one vote equaled more or less than one vote. Judy note, the EBS global activation was expected within the next 48 hours via President Trump and JFK Jr. joint address from Jerusalem, a biblical moment. 2 American patriots returning the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. It was rumored that President Trump, Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, was headed to Israel, and they would take command of the Temple Mount, reclaiming it for God's true followers. Trump saw it as the end of the great fight and said, every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. In a Simpsons cartoon series, they predicted that on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Trump would become King of Israel. A little creepy, don't you think? After all, Trump and the Q movement have always promoted that Israel would be last in this great war of good against evil. Believe it? Only time and release of the EBS military broadcasts will tell. We do know that at least since the Biden so-called inauguration, we've been watching a movie. Along with their scripted actors or clones, it's hard to tell anymore whether the scenario with Trump in the Holy Land was part of a play acting. We also know that Trump's military was winning the war with Iran, a country that for years has been building up their nuclear power while shouting death to America. And we actually have paid protesters here in America who were against Trump and what is he doing to save America and what he is doing to save America. Then there's that scenario just a few days ago when it was reported that Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested. A Special Forces military unit was said to have raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal, was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Child trafficking and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. Now, we know the original Hillary was taken on 9/11/2017, I think. So this must be a clone or something. It's part of the pantomime. Yet way back in September 2021, Possible timing. Judy note. No one knows the date of the beginning of the days of darkness, where the new Starlink satellite system, which already has complete control of mainstream media satellites, will take over TV, radio, and internet programming for 10 to 12 days. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. On Sunday, May 17th, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, July 4th, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Global currency reset. Judy note. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. Monday, March 16th, EBS activation. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the Citizens Owned Sovereign Fund dashboard. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, we've been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide, telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Monday, March 16th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reignites the gold standard debate. Gold can't have a budget deficit. Gold can't start a war. Monday, March 16th, just in. Trump demands emergency Fed action. Cut interest rates now. Even a third grader knows it. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, March 16th, Dubai is burning, and the whole world just told Trump no. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. This morning, an Iranian drone hit a fuel tank next to Dubai International Airport. Flights stopped, smoke over the skyline. The busiest airport in the Middle East shut down. Hours later, Fujairah oil port hit again. Saudi Arabia intercepted 37 drones in one day. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar all under attack. The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump demanded 7 countries send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Every single one said no. UK said no. NATO said no. Australia said no. Japan said no. China said Hormuz belongs to Iran. Trump's response? We will remember. But here's what nobody's asking. Why would every Western ally refuse to help the most powerful military on earth secure the world's most important oil route? Unless they know something. Unless they know this war isn't about oil. It isn't about Hormuz. It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about what's underneath Isfahan. It's about the names in the Epstein files. It's about the $9.7 trillion that moved through the Federal Reserve with no audit. They're not refusing because they can't help. They're refusing because if Trump wins this, their system dies too. Every government that said no today has the same banks, the same donors, the same names in the same files. Falling crown doesn't stop at Tehran. Dubai is burning. The world said no, and Trump said he'll remember. He will share this. The real news for Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Monday, March 16th, breaking news, Trump hits Iran hard. Oil war explodes. Young Americans divided. Economy under fire. March 16th, AMG News. Monday, March 16th, Trump demands Judge Boasberg be removed. Corrupt, crooked, out of control. He's got TDS. Impeach Boasberg. Trump detonates a deep state.
Cuba suffered a nationwide power outage yesterday after its entire electrical grid collapsed, leaving millions without electricity in the latest sign of a deepening energy crisis. Charlie, is it going to spread?
Well, this is all part of the distraction. We're going to get distractions from Cuba. We're going to get distractions from Taiwan. We're getting distractions from Israel. We're getting distractions from Iran. We've had distractions in Ukraine. We've had distractions in Venezuela. This will continue. It's all distractions as the old system is being collapsed. Whether you like it or not, it's being collapsed in plain sight. And I've said for many years now that the light is exposing the darkness. And we're now watching a movie, I call it a pantomime, to show what's really happening in the world. And I'll give you one example of what's happening in the world right now in America. Amy Coney Barrett has suddenly, along with John Roberts, have published their they've filed their expenses for the year. And what this has done is exposed the bribes that they've been paid by the Soros Foundation, and they're not small, they're huge. But they haven't come in as bribes, they've come in as gifts, which, I'll be honest with you, made me laugh. Because when I was moving money around the world 30 years ago, we used to use the term gift because it avoided any questions. They're using the same playbook today as we were using 30 years ago so that people wouldn't think. But of course, the world's caught up. They know what a gift is. It's a bribe. It's a backhander.
Government fraud. Monday, March 16th, U.S. government Trump bans fraud task force. Monday, March 16th, a $1 million grant from DHS to Minnesota public schools to prevent drug abuse was spent on Somali programs. Isn't that just wonderful? One of the fraudsters involved husband also stole $5 million from taxpayers in a separate scheme. The grant was spent on Somali Youth Soccer League. Money from the grant was funneled into an NGO, after-school programming, and youth engagement events. The district planned to allocate $120,000 to 6 local cultural-specific organizations. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Monday, March 16th, the city of Los Angeles bought a Ramada Inn for $10.2 million to house homeless. Since then, they started sending money to an NGO to take over the project. Sounds like money laundering to me. It's now sat vacant for 4 years and $20 million has been spent, meant to house only 32 people. Yeah, where'd the rest of the money go? Kickbacks. No work being done. Money laundering. For years, neighbors say construction has been slow. Where are the workers? Where's the urgency? For almost 4 years, the property has sat unfinished. Why does it take so long and such a waste of money? There's nothing to even show for it. Trump signs Obama arrest order after the former president declared a former foreign enemy. JAG tribunals ignite, Washington, D.C. The storm is officially upon us. Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock. GMT, TV, radio, internet, rerouted for 10 days of darkness. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy note, you were advised to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, including bank and ATM closures, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites across the world. The Illuminati deep state cabal crimes of money laundering, pedophilia, blackmail. Sunday, March 15th. Project Constitution just discovered a leaked phone call on the DOJ website that allegedly shows Erica Kirk managing girls for Jeffrey Epstein. The more you do, the more you get paid. He says it has been independently verified and is undeniably Erica Kirk's voice. Sunday, March 15th, Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower every single day except on 9/11. Coincidentally, that's the day the towers were brought down. All coincidentally, both his son and daughter were running late to work, and morning were not in the towers when they fell. Also, triple coincidentally, Silverstein collected billions from insurance he recently bought on the Twin Towers before they were attacked, the largest insurance settlement in history. Sunday, March 15th, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who spoke out about child trafficking, stolen elections, and global elites, was summoned to the Vatican for excommunication and silenced. If the world knew what they hide, governments would collapse. Sunday, March 15th, Senator Ron Johnson on Face the Nation. It's official. Senate Democrats exposed for keeping DHS shut down amid terror threats. CBS Reports highlights Senator Mark Warner and other Democrats maintaining the DHS shutdown despite growing security risks and chaotic TSA lines. Critics call for Republicans to bypass the Democrats and Chuck Schumer by eliminating the filibuster to reopen DHS and protect American safety. Sunday, March 15th, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide, banks not Basel III compliant were closing doors, sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanishing into military custody. No statement, no explanation. Sunday, March 15th, Trump's global military alliance have breached underground vaults where trillions were hidden. Gold and securities seized from the corrupt Rothschild-Rockefeller networks, which have stolen the people's monies since 1913. The gold was now under control of the new U.S. Treasury to back the global currency reset and be given back to the people from which it was stolen. Nothing's going on? That's because the mainstream media won't report it. In March 2026 alone, President Trump has declared the restoration of the new sovereign American Republic under common law, no more admiralty law or unfair debt, activated the gold asset-backed global currency reset and returned 209 countries of the world to the gold standard, thereby closing all banks not Basel III compliant. Declared worldwide activation of the Nassar and Jassar laws as the Great Debt Wipeout begins. Dissolved the privately owned by corrupt bankers Fiat Currency Inc., Bank of London, and Vatican Bank. Transferred the once privately owned Federal Reserve to be under the sovereign government of America's new U.S. Treasury. In the process of changing the Internal Revenue Service into the External Revenue Service. No more income tax. The government will now function only on monies from tariffs and a 14% flat tax on new items bought only, with none on food, medicine, used homes, or cars, thereby returning taxpayer monies back under control of the people. Trump's global military alliance has arrested, tried in a military tribunal, and convicted former U.S. President Bill and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, sentencing them both to hang. Avoided a nuclear World War III by obliterating Iran's military and nuclear capabilities that Obama and Biden made possible. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Among the casualties of that Iran war was Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed by an Iranian attack, or so they say. Netanyahu was said to house the Vatican's international ring in Israeli underground tunnels, while promoting continual war against Israelis through his Zionism movement. In loving memory, the 6 Air Force airmen killed in U.S. military plane crash during Iran war identified as Major John A. Klinner, 33, Captain Ariana G. Savano, 31, Tech Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, Captain Curtis J. Angst, 30, Tech Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, 28. Possible timing. Sunday, March 15, 2026, green light, 11:11. The time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open, execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock GMT, the final activation sequence according to sources within the Global Quantum Alliance. Also on Monday, March 16, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness Protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. EBS Project Odin 10 Days of Darkness Final Activation. Sunday, March 15th, the time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open, Execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Green light 1111. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, March 15th, 2026. Urgent. Project Odin plus EBS sequence. Final activation pings confirmed. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Starlink override locked. Mossad media dead. Blackout staging complete. Arrests now, resignations in headlines. Watch closely. JFK Jr. symbolism dropped today for a reason. The storm is biblical. The Almighty has spoken. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Sunday, March 15th. March 13th has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold back parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on March 16th. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns. In Europe and the United States, central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 15th, NBC breaking. President Trump says he's hearing that Iran's supreme leader and that Iran desperately wants a ceasefire deal. I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that's surrender. Iran wants to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet, Trump told NBC. On the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe we'll be joined by other countries who are somewhat impeded, and in some cases impeded from getting the oil. On Khomeini, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him. The war with Iran. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of the $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Sunday, March 15th, Secretary Chris Wright. For 47 years, Iran has threatened the Strait of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors. Just imagine an Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. Global currency reset. Saturday, March 14th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide is happening right now. Foreign currency and Zim bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange Zim bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. During the first week of April 2026, redemption centers will start processing live appointments in accordance with full JSARA protocol. The schedule is already being filled with authorized Tier 4B participants, according to sources within 2 U.S. Treasury branches. We've been all ready for this moment. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. What we think we know as of Monday, March 16th. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. Former Georgia State Representative Karen Bennett, Democrat, the same radical who pushed hard for Black Lives Matter and defund the police, just pleaded guilty to federal charges for fraudulently stealing taxpayer money. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. President Trump just went hard against Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for being owned by the cartels. She should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels. For some reason, she doesn't want to do that. The cartels are running Mexico. Sunday, March 15th, boom. Rubio draws the line. U.S. cuts citizenship exit fee from $2,350 to $450. Visas are a privilege, not a right. Sunday, March 15th, Newsmax bombshell. Obama at the center. Sedition, lies, treason. Calls for arrest explode. After 2016 plot exposed, it's time to arrest Barack Obama. Sunday, March 15th, Operation Red File. Leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy. Trump signs military arrest order. JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Sunday, March 15th, bombshell report, the Comey files. Traitor identified, code red.
It's Monday, the 16th of March, 2026, and it's March Madness. There is so much going on right now in the world. For those people who are awakened, you can see everything. It's happening in plain sight. We're seeing the complete collapse of the old system. And for those that are wide awake, you can see the birth of a new system. For those who are half awake, you can only see the collapse of the old system. But don't panic, because the more you wake up, the more you'll see. And I'll give you one little example. We obviously had the Epstein files dropped on us with 6 million pages. Now, there's no way in the world that you can go through 6 million pages in a day, let alone a week or a month. It takes time. And one of the things that jumped out at a lot of people was the exposure of what really happened on 9/11. That was all in the Epstein files. And that was a collaboration between George W. Bush and Jeffrey Epstein. The attack was all planned between the two of them. It's all there in black and white when you take the time to do your research. And all of this is being exposed in real time for those people who have the time and the inclination to do the research. And then once you start to do the research, you wake up. And when you wake up, it's very difficult to go back to sleep again. There are those that have gone back to sleep again because they couldn't be bothered to continue the work. That's not a problem. That's up to you. It's your choice.
Well, just after last week when we reported Donald Trump suggested the United States may no longer share certain intelligence with the UK, King Charles has just reportedly cancelled a planned visit to the United States, raising questions about the tensions within the so-called special relationship. Now, my question is, did Prime Minister Keir Starmer throw his toys out of the pram going to Big Daddy King Charles for a bit of royal backup? Well, relations between London and Washington appear to be getting a little bit more complicated. Well, in the pantomime.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, in the pantomime, because I guess if King Charles was to go across the channel to see Trump, he'd have to go in his coffin or his little ashes tub. He was dealt with some time ago. It's very, very interesting to see this all unfold. Whilst we're talking about London, it's very interesting to see what's happened now the dust has settled with the Lloyd's of London insurance of the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this shipping that goes through there has to be insured. And of course, Lloyd's of London thought they were clever in cancelling the insurance of shipping that was going through the straits. However, a US insurance company has taken that over. Now, you may say, well, great. But what that does is that represents 9% of the UK's GDP lost, gone forever. That has a massive impact on the UK economy. Huge impact. And people don't understand that when you lose 9% of your business as a country, it has a devastating effect on the country. And you will see what happens. This is a little example of what happens when you let a Labour government get into office. Labour have always had this socialist agenda. And I'll give you a very simple example. If you earn as a businessman £100,000 in the UK, and the Labour government tax you 50,000, 50%, and give that 50,000 to 5 other people, they lose 1 vote for the businessman, but they gain 5 votes of people who can't be bothered to work. That's what keeps Labour in power for a very short period of time. Because sooner or later, all those people that were making the money for the country, like Lloyd's of London, are disappearing. That's what socialism does. It's a failed project. It's been tried over and over and over again, and it doesn't work. One day, somebody will wake up to the fact that if you continue to try the same philosophy and it doesn't work, you need to change your philosophy.
Charlie, I just want to go back to the UK and remind people that last week we had reported that King Charles will be in a coffin on the 28th of March. So let's see whether that will be announced. And my next story is that Kent County Council is reportedly preparing to declare what it's called an illegal immigration emergency. It's a move that could make it the first county authority in the United Kingdom to take such a step. Now, under the proposed measure, the council would refuse to accommodate individuals it believes are in the country illegally. The policy is expected to come into effect on March the 19th. The development comes amid growing pressure on local authorities dealing with the impact of migration and housing pressure across the country. So basically, Charlie, the councils have had enough of the illegal immigrants in the hotels and disrupting the peace.
They are, and I get asked on a daily basis by insiders and by followers and by people who watch my videos about how do we stop this happening and how do we get these people to return to their own country. And for me, it's always been very, very simple. We stop stealing from their countries. I mean, Africa should be God's continent because it has more natural resource than you could ever imagine. More gold, more silver, more minerals, more diamonds, more anything. They could be self-sufficient without any problem at all. And the African people could be super wealthy, every one of them. And I tell you right now, they wouldn't come to England because they've got better weather. They've got a better way of life. The only reason they come to England is to earn more money. Because the British, since years gone by, and Dick Whittington and his cat convinced them the streets of London were paved with gold. Then we wonder why they all show up. Then we wonder why they're dumped on our doorstep. The fact is the moment that their country becomes wealthy as it should be, the same from the Middle East, the same from North Africa, they will want to go back to their own countries. I talk to people from Sudan, from North Africa, Northeast Africa, Somalia. They would love to go back to their own country, but their country is in complete chaos because it's been robbed blind by the EU, the UK, and the USA. It's been robbed blind. It's been abused. The minute that abuse stops, like it has in Burkina Faso and other African countries that are beginning to stand up with the help of Russia and China, this will all stop in a hurry, because every single refugee that's in the UK will want to go back to their own country in a hurry when we stop robbing it. I'll leave you with that thought on Monday the 16th of March, 2026. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. This is going to be March Madness, and the beginning of April is going to be crazy too. I have some inside information which I can't share with you just yet, but in the first week of April, it's going to be a lot of fun. Have a good day.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing, freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win, God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Sunday, March 15th, Hillary Clinton's email to pizza man John Podesta confirms that the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar founded ISIS. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Julian Assange. ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is the most significant email in the whole collection. The government of Saudi and government of Qatar that has been funding ISIS under Hillary Clinton and Clinton emails revealed the largest ever arms deals in the world was made in Saudi Arabia. More than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled. In other words, during Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of Bribery, the Obama State Department approved massive arms sales, particularly to Saudi Arabia. The result was the rise of terrorist groups like ISIS, funded largely by the very people who were bribing the Clinton Foundation. In short, and the destruction were in large part due to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Sunday, March 15th, breaking. Maduro implicates Pence and Pelosi in massive 2020 election probe. USA Department of Labor on Telegram. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has reportedly told federal investigators that Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi were lavished with millions of dollars, luxury vehicles, expensive jewelry, and gold coins by Maduro's narco-terrorist regime in exchange for refusing to allow an investigation into the massive fraud that occurred in the 2020 election. In the 2020 election, Venezuelan bought and paid for voting machines and software known as Dominion and Smartmatic turned Trump votes to Biden. In other words, Pence and Pelosi took Venezuelan drug and blood money from a hostile foreign government whose drug trafficking activities have resulted of hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. And in return, they knowingly certified a stolen election, thereby robbing 80+ million Americans of their will and their voice. This is the political crime of the century. That makes Watergate look like small potatoes. Maduro's cooperation and testimony is about to take down lots of powerful people who committed the ultimate betrayal against our country for their own personal gain. Arrest Pence and Pelosi now. Worldwide 10 days of darkness set to activate on Sunday or Monday, 15th, 16th of March 2026. TV, radio, internet silent as military emergency broadcasts take command. Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites. Be prepared with food, cash essentials. Banks closing, ATMs not working. Improved worldwide financial education. Government systems by first week of April. U.S., Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia entering Nassar-Jassar transition. Judy note. President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Inc. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's Global Military Alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals, where both were convicted of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, and sentenced to hang within 72 hours. Now the Global Military Alliance has announced that Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed in an Iranian raid. Netanyahu was said to house in Israeli underground tunnels, plus promoted continual war against Israelis through the Zionism movement. Like the Clintons and Netanyahu, should not be a surprise to anyone following President Trump's Global Military Alliance. Possible timing. Friday, March 13th has triggered the global initiative phase of the global currency reset. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. On Saturday, March 14th, 2026, the US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia began transitioning Nassar-Jassar funds into the quantum financial system as part of the global currency reset. On Monday, March 16th, the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness, names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16th has begun. The blackout will not bring fear. It will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. Global currency reset, Saturday, March 14th. The global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Saturday, March 14th, setting up your new quantum financial system wallet, bank account, Nasara connected on Telegram. The quantum financial system is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. Jasara funds are worldwide. Nasara funds are for the United States citizens. April 1st, 2026 is not symbolic, it is operational. After that, the system does not pause, it advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS Sovereign Wallet appointment begins, expected April 1st, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS Sovereign Wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. The silence will not be a mistake, it will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury, routing systems, and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before Jasara Nasara funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out, no paper checks, no transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment, advisors, legal contacts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official encrypted channels only. Stay calm, stay focused, stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway.
Judy note. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency at an official redemption center, ARC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at ARC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at ARC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at ARC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account. Only you would.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more. Admiralty law, oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and more wars. Saturday, March 14th, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There's nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Straits of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Well, I know that we have a lot of reserves here that have been opened up, and I don't think there's an oil problem here. Saturday, March 14, 2026, on Piers Morgan, Professor Zhang Yang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this? Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 14th, boom. The Patriots are rising as Wano Savin, Michael Jaco, and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14th roundtable. Wano Savin on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's Prime Minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign. Troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs. The chains are breaking. Shocking, this is the second Revolutionary War, patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist bankers' schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire. Threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on the ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours nonstop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, topples as Mojtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion? Just more deep state desperation. Alert! Financial Armageddon looms. 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress test forced 60% cash in worthless bonds, balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money. Gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished, external tariffs and the Republic. Property taxes skyrocket, 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations. Puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters freed amid Colorado demos. Heard 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brennan's arrest imminent. Treason straight to Gizmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations. Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms. State-picked senators, no midterms. Yo, SES and IG, Carter's deep state tools dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals. Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5th, 2026, 50th day post July 4th, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory. 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all. Fight on.
Is there risk there? Look, I've told your audience before, we're missing within a couple of different operations nuclear weapons. So
we're missing. You're saying we're missing some nuclear weapons
within the global stockpile. Multiple locations and nations, not just
do they know when we started missing them? What, under what administration? I mean,
well, but I've gone into this a bit, and at the end of the day, the general that was Putin's very close friend that was killed in the scooter attack, what was his role? He was trying to track down some parts that related to being able to refresh or update and make current some very old nuclear devices, and they have a shelf life, and with some of the components, or they just fizzle. And so he was trying to track down where some of these components went. That we know there's also some missing devices out there, and the Russians during the fall of Soviet Union, we got almost all, but there's a few missing, specifically within the Ukraine theater. And there's also material that could be used for dirty bombs going to some of the reactors there in Ukraine, other stuff in the Soviet Union. There is a Chinese threat, although it's radically less. There's one also related to South Africa. We still have some problems out there, and they're very, very, very serious. Allowing Iran and its leadership to fester away and pull something off because we're afraid to act was not wise. We're reducing the threat. Can you get it to zero? Probably not in actuality.
What we think we know as of Sunday, March 15th. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Checkmate. Checkmate, explosive revelations, 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm unmasked the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Republican leaders on C-SPAN. As terror threats have emerged across the country, the very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026, Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs to facilitate the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that the United States has ended all aid to Somalia. Dan Scavino on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Fox News. California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal healthcare funds spent on services for undocumented migrants according to federal audits. Saturday, March 14th, Tom Homan just revealed Minnesota counties are letting ICE into the jails to arrest illegals. Unprecedented cooperation is now happening. They caved. Illegals are being arrested instead of being released into Minnesota. This is huge. Tom Homan did it. On Friday, March 13th, Senator Chuck Schumer accidentally revealed that the real reason he doesn't want the Save America Act passed, it would purge voter rolls of illegal or ineligible voters. Democrats want to make illegals their new voting base. Saturday, March 14th, a new Epstein file revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was backing ISIS through U.S. Israeli proxies, as Paul Harvey would say. And now you know the rest of the story. Jasara on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, surprise, surprise, boom. U.S. government via FAA, NASA, and NOAA officially admits to spraying chemicals, manipulating weather, and altering Earth's atmosphere. Saturday, March 14th, Vigano versus the Deep Church. Excommunicated for exposing hell, he named them. They erased him. Saturday, March 14th, explosive. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unleashes whistleblower war on deep fraud. Patriots can earn up to 30% for exposing corruption. Saturday, March 14th, shocking corruption. Federal judge blocks grand jury from investigating Federal Reserve. Piro explodes. Voter fraud. Saturday, March 14th. The global election fraud cartel started in Venezuela. The target was the United States, and the rest is history. President Chavez expressed that with their project one day they would place a president in the United States as well. Former head of security for Hugo Chavez, Edward Snowden on Telegram, Saturday, March 14th, foreign interference played an enormous role in the stolen 2020 election as well as others. The production of fake IDs and ballots to produce voters is just one of many massive intrusions in our elections, as well as remote access, foreign servers, and machines built with compromised electronics, giving backdoor access to alter election outcomes. The writing is on the wall. Government fraud, Friday, March 13th. Today, a federal judge blocked Trump from investigating the Federal Reserve. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Read that again. A judge just told the President of the United States he's not allowed to look inside the books of the institution that prints your money. Why? What's in those books that a federal judge would risk his entire career to protect? Here's what happened in the last 72 hours. Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve Board, first time in history. They wanted transaction records from 2009 to 2024. Within hours, Judge James Boasberg stepped in and blocked everything. That's the skull and bones judge. Called it government overreach. The same Judge Boasberg who oversees the FISA court, same court that approved the illegal surveillance of Trump in 2016, same judge, same system protecting the same people. $9.7 trillion moved through the Fed's emergency lending programs between 2008 and 2023. No audit, no oversight, no names. Trump wanted the names. They said no. Now ask yourself, while the judge was protecting the Fed, what else happened? 2,200 Marines deployed to the Middle East. 9 drone attacks hit the UAE. 50,000 U.S. troops now in the region. The KC-135 shot down. The terror attacks on American soil. All in the same week, the president tried to open the Fed's books. Coincidence? The Fed isn't a government institution. It's a private bank owned by families whose names appear in the same files Trump has been unsealing since January. Epstein's files, Soros's accounts, Obama's transfers. They all lead to the same building on Constitution Avenue. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 11th, the war isn't overseas, the war is on Constitution Avenue. The bombs falling on Tehran are destroying the offshore accounts. The subpoenas are targeting the onshore accounts. They blocked one, they can't block both. Falling crown. Phase 5 is the Federal Reserve. The judge bought them days, not weeks, not months, days. They blocked the subpoenas. They activated sleeper cells. They hit a tanker. They attacked a synagogue. All to protect one building. It won't be enough. Trump commands the plan to save the world across 200 plus nations. Rolling worldwide EBS set to begin midnight Friday, March 13th, 2026. 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law, while military makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Worldwide financial crash, fiat dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before they freeze your account. New gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, but no access until April. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Where we go one, we go all. Pray. God always wins. Judy note. People may wonder why they were closing down the world for 10 or so days while the global military alliance headed by President Trump made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites. It's because those deep state elites have had control of the world's monetary system since the beginning and used it to control the global population while doing horrible things to our innocent children in their worship of Satan in exchange for his fake promises of wealth, power, and glory. Trump and the Global Alliance were setting people of the world free through a centuries-old 209 nation. Q plan to save the world. Martial law has been declared worldwide, with military tribunals activated under emergency powers according to President Trump. The U.S. constitutional republic has been restored. With the new U.S. Treasury located in Temple, Texas, Washington, D.C. was now the Washington Military District. The deep state cabal's crime syndicate government has been dismantled. Last night, Thursday, March 12th, a Special Forces military unit raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. That was the beginning of the end for the deep state cabal. Their crimes have been happening uncontrolled for a very long time. Judy, note on other news for today. The Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. Executive Director of the Oversight Project, Mike Howell, testimony before Congress on Thursday, March 12, 2026. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Mexican drug cartels, and Muslim Brotherhood networks were feeding the deep state Satan-worshipping shadow government under Trump's leadership of the Global Military Alliance. All were collapsing like dominoes. Airports were seeing hours-long delays due to TSA shortages as Homeland Security lockdown sees no signs of ending. The Democrats have refused to budget Homeland Security, so airport employees were refusing to show up because they were not getting paid and needed to earn money elsewhere to support their families. Bohemian Grove, California tunnels run across the country, under major cities and clear to Washington, D.C. under the new ballroom. Trump personally funded and built right on top. Trump has sealed the tunnels off so Satan-worshipping politicians' escape routes were now gone. Super soldiers like Aaron Vaughn and others were not dead, but testified before military tribunals exposing Hillary Obama gun running. A military accountability letter dated January 1st, 2024, has thousands of signatures of generals and admirals saying, "We will fight until two-tier justice ends." Election fraud, we already have it all. Mirrored servers, quantum evidence, every fake ballot, every crime from 2020 through 2024 has been nailed. Voting machines made to throw elections were dead. Paper ballots, hand counts, same-day voting coming. Global currency reset. Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. The first week in April was when the general public would be notified to set up their QFS money accounts. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more. Admiralty law, oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America.
Members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the role of NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, in facilitating mass illegal immigration. I currently serve as the executive director of the Oversight Project and previously was at DHS and on Capitol Hill conducting oversight of immigration matters. The United States of America is still reeling from the worst border invasion in its history. This was an invasion that was planned, promoted, encouraged, funded, and sustained by radical elements of the previous administration. But this invasion could not have been accomplished without a colossal partnership with the NGO community. Simply put, the government just did not have the capacity to get this many people in and around the country without the support of the nonprofits. And to that end, they gave them almost $6 billion to a conglomerate of UN agencies and over 200 NGOs to do just that, according to statistics from the Center for Immigration Studies. The result was that Border Patrol became a daycare. They became Uber drivers just to shuttle illegals to the nonprofits to get them around the country. Now, the Oversight Project has led the way in exposing what I call this border industrial complex. In December of 2022, we did the first of its kind study where we tracked illegal aliens by their cell phones as they went through these nonprofits at the border. In just a 1 month period, in tracking 30,000 devices, so a very small subset of the 10 million that Biden had crossed the border, we found out that the illegals went to nearly every single congressional district in the United States. We proved that every town was indeed a border town. That work informed the House of Representatives to pass H.R. 2, which notably contained a provision defunding the entirety of these NGOs. Now, this was a landmark event. It was controversial even amongst politicians here in D.C. because the dirty secret is a lot of politicians have a very cozy relationship with these organizations. In fact, one member went as far to say that that provision in H.R. 2 was unchristian. Well, that's now a common sense principle for immigration policy today, that we do not fund our own invasion. And to that end, DHS pausing all money to these organizations is simply common sense. Now, really quickly on H.R. 2, because there's been a lot of confusion on this point. Some of your colleagues last Congress over in the Senate introduced a bill to undercut H.R. 2 that would have mandated a new normal of illegal boarding crossings at over 5,000 a day. Now, I'm going to quote President Trump here from his State of the Union last week. People kept saying we needed new legislation to secure the border, but it turned out all we needed is a new president. He was right. He is right. In addition, the Oversight Project continues to lead the way in uncovering seedy behavior after behavior at NGOs. In New York, we found illegal aliens getting false residence documents. In Mexico, we found flyers at an illegal alien staging camp encouraging illegals to vote for Biden. In Arizona, we found a former Mexican consulate official at the Southside Worker Center in Tucson advising illegals how to lie to law enforcement and evade ICE. That's against the law. Additionally, we produced documentary evidence of non-citizens admitting on camera to being registered to vote in Georgia, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona. So where are all the government investigations? I am begging for someone to please join us. What about the DHS OIG? I see investigation after investigation into the conditions at ICE facilities. Where are the investigations of these nonprofits and the $6 billion that flowed through them? It's time that we start treating the Biden border crisis like the crime scene that it is.
Friday, March 13th, Super Soldiers Alive, Cartel Hammer Drops, and Jubilee Resetting coming. Sheila Holm, the researcher whose books armed President Trump with the real truth, unleashes fire. Epstein files are detonating worldwide. Former Norwegian premier arrested yesterday, straight from the client list. Hyatt Hotel's head confirmed pedo. Vanished after resigning. He's running, but Space Force tracks every move. Arrests were accelerating hourly. Politicians, CEOs, Hollywood scum sweating bullets as tribunals fire up. Trump's immovable trap was genius. He let the left scream for files while military held the kill switch. Q's misinformation necessary played out perfectly. Biggest sting ever. Epstein likely flipped, cooperating with white hats, spotted alive, long hair and beard. Ghislaine fronted for Mossad puppet master dad Robert Maxwell, fake name, running global blackmail with kids, adrenochrome, satanic torture, all taped. Politicians owned, now flipped. Briggs overflowing, military justice, no pensions, just ropes for traitors. Explosive reveal, 83 SEAL Team 6 dead in staged crash. Post Bin Laden, alive. Super soldiers, memory wiped since 2014. Witnesses to Hillary, Obama, Benghazi, gun running, treason. Fake death letters to families, no bodies. When they testify, the entire syndicate implodes overnight. Cartels crushed. U.S. forces seized 134 acres inside Texas. All equipment gone. Mexico, green lights, ops on their soil. Cartel bosses Trump hosted last year sang. CIA ran drugs since Bush Sr.'s fake war. No mercy. Boats bombed, lands taken. Venezuela, Cuba puppets wiped. Warriors drop fortified compounds 100 to 1 outnumbered with tech cabal can't fathom. McAfee alive. Lit cigarette painting troll. Backdoored systems. Saved every destroyed email. Epstein Island pool pic with Clinton. Epstein snapped it. Proof he flipped early. 2026 Jubilee. 50th cycle since fake independence. May 17th. Prayer gathering. 49 days before July 4th. 250th. Return to Creator and dead slavery. Republic restored. Treasury to Temple, Texas, D.C. Now Washington Military District. Crime syndicate government dismantled. Divine feminine rises. Mama bears, widows marching. Christ consciousness awakens. No more Constantine fake religion. Truth simple. Quantum manifestation. Direct to source. Flood hits pre-midterms. Traitors in Gitmo force election delay. Pray hard through May 17th. Divine burn can end Sodom overnight. Greatest story ever told. Satan's empire falls. Humanity reclaims Eden. We win. They lose bigly. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Friday, March 13th, Secretary of War on Operation Epic Fury. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones are being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Friday, March 13th, Jesse Waters on Fox News. Seize Karg Island, and it's game over for Iran's terror regime. Karg Island, essentially the country's cash register. If we seize it, it's over. Friday, March 13th, Iranian military vessel is operating in any major regional waterways after the U.S. military destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval assets. The Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. So the U.S. military is focusing its sights on dismantling Iran's missile production facilities. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Friday, March 13th, Trump drops the hammer. U.S. law enforcement now has eyes on every single Iranian terror sleeper cell in America. We know where most are. We have our eyes on all of them. These radical invaders flooded our borders under sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in history. But President Trump is already hunting them down at a level the deep state has never seen. Friday, March 13th, Joe Rogan just called this war insane. He's right, but not for the reason he thinks. Rogan told 200 million listeners on Wednesday, Trump supporters feel betrayed. I don't feel betrayed if you know what's going on. This seems insane. He's not wrong. It does seem insane. Unless you know what's under Isfahan. What the media won't tell Rogan. Right now, as you read this, U.S. Special Forces are preparing a ground operation to breach the underground tunnels beneath Isfahan, Iran. Not to destroy them, to seize what's inside. 84 metric tons of highly enriched uranium, enough to build 14 nuclear warheads. But that's not what Trump wants. Beneath the uranium, 3 levels deeper, is a vault built in 2014 with $2.3 billion from the Obama administration. Inside that vault, $127 billion in gold bars, stolen from Libya in 2011, routed through Qatar, hidden by the same network that moved Epstein's money. Financial records connecting the Clinton Foundation, the Federal Reserve, and 14 sitting members of Congress to a money laundering operation that ran from 2009 to 2023. And one server, containing every communication between the deep state and Iran's Revolutionary Guard for 15 years. That is why this war is happening. Not oil, not nukes, not territory, evidence. Trump told Axios yesterday, there's practically nothing left to target. He's right. The military targets are gone. What's left is underground, and you don't bomb evidence. You send men to carry it out. Rogan will understand soon. When those files surface, and they will, every name will be public, every dollar traced, every lie exposed. The people calling this war insane will realize it was the most calculated military operation in American history. 12 days. That's all it took to dismantle a regime that 5 presidents protected for 45 years. Not because they couldn't destroy it, because they were partners. Trump isn't the one who betrayed his supporters. The last 5 presidents betrayed the entire country. Trump is the first one cleaning it up. Domino 1, Venezuela, fallen. Domino 2, Iran, fallen. Domino 3, Cuba, falling. And Domino 4, the files are coming out of the ground. Israel is last. Friday, March 13th, 2026, Douglas McGregor warns that if nuclear weapons are used in Iran, it will be done by Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. He says Netanyahu is getting desperate because Iran is refusing to submit to his demands. McGregor says Netanyahu is in total control of the U.S. government through Zionist billionaires. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. Friday, March 13th, Julian Assange. The goal is to use Israel, Venezuela, and Ukraine to wash money out of the U.S. and European taxpayers and back into the hands of transnational elite. The goal is an endless war, not a successful war. The Global Military Alliance coordinates it all. Troops deployed nationwide. Martial law whispers growing louder. 10 days of darkness imminent. EBS override coming to expose child trafficking. Adrenochrome horrors. Biolabs. Tribunals for Satan-worshipping elites. Roseanne's new show drops soon. Big win for America story. Randy Quaid channeling 107 vibes. Pure comedy truth bombs to decompress the tension while waking the masses. She calls them energy vampires. Ghouls thinking they're smarter than God. Hilarious delusions. But God's is stronger. Prayer shortcuts the devil. Keep praying together. Blinders removed. Truth crystal clear. The battlefield? Not just Iran or streets, it's the mind, the soul of America. Conspiracies aren't theories anymore. Old ones proved true daily. January 6th insurrection lie, forced indoctrination.